Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the tank. See, everybody's been here early. Yamas, good morning. Elliot, good morning. Elliot, Costarge, Costa Jr., Elliot Costa Jr. Got it. Always like to try to decipher these names. Chops be trading, good morning to you. Iguera, good morning, everyone. 28 Trader, good morning. Chops be trading. What stock you guys do yesterday? Well, we're trading yesterday LIMN, which we sold at the highs, 270s, 280s, and also a little bit of Playboy, PLBY. Take a look at where that is this morning. PLBY. See where it is this morning. Well, yesterday it was 33% up. 33.33. 33.33% up. PLBY. Just give me a second here. I need to reply to someone who became a new member yesterday. Just give me a second here while I get this back to this person who just joined. All right. And just give me a moment here because I've got to do a little bit of research this morning to find out what member just joined, what level, because I got an email, but I don't have the level. There we go. All right, we got a Goliath member. All right. Got ourselves another Goliath member. Well, everyone, good morning. Welcome to the tank. If this is your first time here, I am not a financial advisor. I make no guarantees at all. Yes, I make no guarantees whatsoever. But if I am unfortunate and have my tooth knocked out, I'm going to make a way around that myself temporarily till I get to the dentist. And I have constructed this. And I can change the color of it, of course, to make it match my coffee stained teeth. But I have a replacement tooth that I manufactured myself, and I made the mold, and then I coated it. And this is just a temporary fix, of course, but it works very well. And once I get the color to match up, might be unnoticeable. So yeah, I with help of this microphone, you see behind me here, I knocked out my tooth. And it's got a big weight on the other end of it, and it slides. And when the weight slides down to the end and your head is standing over it and it comes up and hits right on that, it obviously messed up the inside of my lip pretty bad too. But anyway, there's my quick fix. Let's take a look at our different stocks this morning. Looking at LIMN, I like what I see. And in the 170s this morning, at 535 this morning, 170 price range. Let's go down here and see what everybody's saying. Good point, Cheryl. Nicole Barbie, yeah. Be careful you don't swallow it while you're drinking your coffee. You got it. But how do you like it? It stays right in there. Of course, I'll get the color to match. No problem. I can work on the coloring of it. But this is just my first attempt to make a replacement, temporary replacement tooth, and I think it's a great idea. It's just a mold, and it's got a little bit of flap area at the bottom, and then on the back as well. This is the front edge, and it's just goes right over your gum line, and it's secured there. If you were to use some adhesive, like dental adhesive, I'm sure it would work, right? So there it is. What do you know? And it may become something that could replace implants, if you know what I mean. It's a little bit hard to talk with it without, because I'm trying to hold it down, but it works. It works in a pinch. Now I can't stop staring at my tooth. Don't worry. I'll try to keep it invisible. We'll try to keep it hidden as much as possible. But hey, it's better than the Gap, right? But some people said I should sport the Gap look and go with that old hockey look I have from Michigan, a hockey player. Got in a tussle and lost my tooth. Nicole Barbie says it works. Yeah. And when I get the color to match up, I don't think it's going to be very noticeable. This is just my do what Ultra Surfer said and patent that, man. Yeah. I might do it. It's a good idea. Cat, not everything is a do-it-yourself. I don't believe that. I think everything is doable. Why you want to go and limit yourself, right? Yeah, do what Ultra Surfer said and patent that, man. All right, let's do it. Well, try not to swallow it, like you said. If I do, it's okay. It's recyclable. Are you not here to be entertained? We're here to provide laughter. Laughter is the best medicine. Laughter is the best medicine. Uh, it's good for you. It releases endorphins and into your system, and it's good for your immune system. But anyway, so I'm going to take my tooth out, so now you can look at it and go, oh, wow, that poor guy. Don't worry, I'll get it taken care of properly. This is temporary. This is a temporary tooth. It's going to be marketed as a temporary tooth. And it's going to be a good temporary tooth, okay? To get it taken care of, not to be worn full time. But and this one here is coated in it's coated in super glue, so I don't really want to keep it in my mouth. This is just to show you how it works. When I make the next one, first I'm going to make it so it matches my tooth color. The putty will match the tooth color, and then secondly, it'll be coated in acrylic. All right, I'll get an acrylic coating on it, which I think would be better. Rusty says implant with crown is $1,500 in Thailand. Mrs. Lofty has the even more genius idea to make it hollow so you can hide stuff in it. Oh my gosh. Cat. Oh my gosh, you guys. Oh my gosh. Oh, Plate Lunch Express. Aloha, what's looking good this morning? Well, not me, that's for sure. I have some LIMN too, and I'm happy to see it's up so nicely this morning on the rise. We saw it up into the 170s. It certainly is still alive. It's alive. And congratulations for anybody that hold on to it. Listen, here's what I want to make sure you understand. Do not hold stocks that are not on my hold list long. Don't hold them. These stocks that people call out here that we're catching, when we catch them on the lows and they rebound, they're not anything but day trade stocks. Here comes big advice. Yes, don't hold these day trade stocks. We're day trading. The whole theme of the show is to get in on the low and sell on the high and not fall in love with these stocks. They're not longs. They're not longs. People are asking me about Sea-Doo still and about, yeah, I'm still holding some EVTV. I'm holding a lot of shares of EVTV. I've got about 1,200, and I'm down massively on that. Yeah. Oh yeah. I took a hit on it, but I'm patient and I can wait. Okay. I can wait because these types of stocks can be attritioned out for 4 or 5 days because that's what the market likes to do, because retail has limitations on how long they'll suffer, and usually 5 days is it. So 5 or 6 days of attrition is usually enough to take out all the retailers. All right? So you keep that in mind. Now, if you're down 5, 6 days, and beyond that, you get into a week to 10 days, then you might think to yourselves, if you were wise, let's move a little of this over on one that's getting picked out today that we can see Catfish is on, and the charts are, and it's gone. Okay, let's move it over there. You can see Catfish has a triple crossover. The momentum's heavy. The volume's heavy. The news is so good. Let's get in with them here. So then you take those ones that you're down on and you trickle some over to there. You don't sell out your whole stake in what you're down on. You move it over in small increments as you buy the other one. All right. And then whatever this one got you down to, this one takes you back up to. If you started here and you bought in on something and you found yourself down here, you got to get yourself back here quickly. You can't sit here and just wait and wait and wait and wait. The object is to get the bar higher and higher each day, understand? So, and do it with precision. You have a target number that you want to buy. You guys have all seen my buy-sell sheet. Now, for those of you that own SoFi still, I want you to see that this video right here, and let me share this. Let me see if they'll let me share this. If you happen to be into SoFi still at this phase, I want to put this up for you guys to see. Just give me a moment here. All right. And keep in mind also, again, I am not a financial advisor, and the people that are here in the tank all try to help one another with suggestions only. We do not tell people what to do. You make your own decisions and you take your own risk. The market is unpredictable and anything can happen at any time. Companies can offer public share offerings when they're on record highs. And all kinds of things can happen. Now, my suggestion to you right here would be get this stock, LIMN, okay? This is the place I would make my entry, okay? Because they've been this far below the 200 before and equally this far below the 200 now. And you can see what happened. It went up 20 cents after that last dip. So this is the here. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm suggesting you get a few shares. Get yourself 5 shares of this, okay? And sit and watch it. It'll cost you $7.50. Or get 10 shares. But folks, I'm telling you, that 5-day average, it just broke the 10-day right there. Now, I'm not telling you to buy thousands of shares here. If you want to do that, go ahead. But I would suggest you nibble, okay, and wade in. That's the way I do it. I'm not in a hurry to spend all my money. I'm not in a hurry to tie up all my funds. As a matter of fact, I'm going to wait as long as I can and keep my powder dry as long as I can, and I'm going to use the smallest amount of powder. You don't need to shoot your enemy with a cannon if you've got a good shot at him with a freaking pistol, right? He's close by. You can see him. You don't have to shoot a cannon. I try to keep my DCA as close to the current price as possible for max gain on the upswings. Yes. And look for indications of certain bottoms, okay? Not what you think is the bottom. Don't you ever buy where you think it's on the bottom. That's the biggest mistake you can make, people. Buying where you think the bottom is. I hit the bottom and then I put my buys down below that. Right? You guys see how I do it when it gets to the bottom. I don't put my buy right there. Okay, that's the bottom. And boom, I go in right there. No, hell no, I don't do that. I wait and I put my buy orders down here. I'm patient, folks. And if those fill, they're small. And then I go to the next level down. And I keep putting my buy orders below the price, people. Haven't you noticed that? That's my technique. I'm usually 5 or 6 cents below the current price when I put my buy orders in. So, and I'm using this charting information and these candlesticks that I have from Thinkorswim right down here. These candlesticks tell you a story, folks. There's a lot of eyes on this stock right now, LIMN right now. Got it? There's a lot of eyes on it, okay? Unfortunately, it's not flying under the radar. It's in the scope of many people and many powerful entities, okay? And they can do with it whatever they want, okay? Pretty much. We're just the audience. They are the ones that are the performers. Understand that you are watching what they orchestrate. You can only be a victim to their orchestration, or you can enjoy it and it can sound beautiful to you. It can either be, and it's interesting, they're playing the same music, but to some people it sounds horrific, and to others it sounds beautiful. Do you know what I'm getting at? For someone who's watching a price drastically drop and their account value going down, and they think their mentality is, oh, I'm losing, I'm a loser, I've lost, I'm losing money. Oh, that is just such a horrific, horrible sound. The sound of losing money. But to some, they shorted way up there. So the same music, the same orchestration, the same piece, it sounds beautiful to them. They couldn't have it any better. And vice versa. With stocks like SoFi that everybody was shorting when it was $4.55 on David Chiaverini Day, think about how much money those individuals and entities lost shorting SoFi in the 4s and in the 5s and the 6s and 7s. And by the way, just so you know here, hold on a second. I got to post right now. I'm posting the link to that video on SoFi. So you guys, if you want to see what SoFi is all about, click on that link that I just put up there. No, Ben, I'm sorry, Joey. By the way, I'm sorry, I didn't see what was said. A sad day in America. Kat, question, with 25 years experience, do you feel that you matched your trading intelligence sorcery 5 to 10 years in, or even today you're learning more tricks? I am always learning more. Always learning more. So I didn't get a chance to type it in time because 2 comments came in, but that is the SoFi link above. SoFi video link above. All right. If you want to see what SoFi's done and their most comprehensive video that you could want to watch in a short period of time, uh, so I had someone just join as a member of the tank that I want to respond to, boys and girls, and I really need to get a response back immediately. So if you can just let me here, I'm going to come over here to my Gmail and go to one of my sent folders, and I'm going to copy this. So you guys will just have to give me a minute here to do this. And just so you can see what is going on here, I am sending this person who just became a Goliath level member all my spreadsheets for my longs, stocks I hold long, stocks that I day trade, and the dividend stocks, the ones that I get dividends on. And there's a lot of very high performing dividend stocks here, as well as the one I'm long on. And also, I'm sending this code right here, which is the code for the candlesticks for Thinkorswim. So I'm sending this all at the same time. I can use a previously created message, copy that, and then I can come over here to the one that just joined, and I'm not going to show their name, but they are here, and I'm going to now put this information in here, because as soon as someone pays and I receive a notification, I make sure and get this out to them, all right, as fast as possible. So we have a new member here, and I'm going to make sure and get these out to her right now. So I just sent the first package of information, and now I'm going to send the second, which is my buy-sell number sheet. So again, I can come down here. I can copy this file here, and I can go back to the email, and I can type in reply, and here is the buy-sell numbers, paste, and then attach the buy-sell numbers. And it's just that simple. There we go. And send. And now we have that done. And there you go. Thank you very much. I by that viewer's name, I'm not gonna be that person will remain anonymous. But if you want to get this list of these longs that I have here, and I can show you how they performed over the last year. These are the dividend stocks. And just because they've done this over the last year, I make no guarantee that they're going to do this again. But you can see here how these dividend stocks have done over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. And they pay excellent dividends, folks. If you want to get this list, become a member at the Goliath level, and you'll be able to get the list and edit it and add your own stocks as time moves forward. If you just want to have viewable lists so you can just watch and figure out which ones these are, then you can just come in at the monster level where you can just have the spreadsheet sent to you for view only. But if you want also the candlesticks, then come in at the Goliath level, and I'll send those, no charge for the candlesticks. Goliath level members, I have the code. I'll send it to you. You can find it online for free too, but it's a little bit hard to locate. So for just becoming a member, I I let you get the code for it. I'll just send it to you. You can copy and paste it right into your software. Now, and I want to welcome the new person who just became a member. We're just going to call you Jay. All right, Jay. That's what your name is going to be. And welcome to the tank. Appreciate you being here. FEED looked good yesterday. I know that. It did well yesterday. No, Robert, listen, these stocks that we day trade, they are day trade stocks only. We do not hold them long. I just went over that this morning with everybody. Stocks that we day trade are not on the long list, okay? These stocks that I hold long right here, and I haven't even shown you that yet. I just showed you the dividend. These are the stocks I've been holding long and how they've done over the last year. And you can see the earnings on. Now, again, just because they've done this over the last year doesn't mean they're going to keep doing this. But this is what these stocks have done over the last year on this list right here. And if you want this list, come in at the monster level or the Goliath level. And you might say, well, how do I do that? Well, you jump down here. This is just going to take 1 minute. We'll be back to trading. But you come down here where the dollar bill sign is and click on that. Then click on membership. And when that clicks on here, don't just click join because they default the join at Big Bottom. Come in either monster level to get the spreadsheets you can look at only, or come Goliath level and get the spreadsheets and the code for the candlesticks. And that's how it works. And I'm going to close that out now and close this out. And I want to come over here now. And this has been a week of slaughter for many. I know it hasn't been a pretty week. So we're looking at LIMN that closed down 21%, now up 8.28% today, mysteriously. A stock that nobody had any desire for, apparently. And the 145 price suddenly merits 157, and it was as high as 170 this morning earlier. 170 earlier. And so there you go. Now I want to go up and get some more coffee here, folks. DHX did good yesterday. Good. CCHH, yep, Pat, yep. I've got that on the radar. CCHH. I mentioned that one yesterday. Yep. Oh, yeah. See? That's a nice pullback. Yep. I told you guys. So I said, you're missing out on CCHH. I said, nuh-uh. I'll wait for that on the morning. What have they done to that this morning? CCHH. Oh, yeah. Look at that, folks. Going for the double. CCHH. Hey, listen, guys. I want you to know that I got down here this morning early and I got my coffee, but it's getting cold right now, so I'm going to go get some more coffee. And we're going to really dissect and we're going to target the low today. We're targeting the low. Don't go in on this CCHH yet. It was up 135% yesterday. Do not take a stab at this yet, okay? We're looking for 97 cents or maybe 88 cents, maybe 77, maybe 66. I don't know. But we're not going in on it yet, that's for sure. We need a definitive low, and right now, that's not it. All right? That's not it yet, but that could be. This is going to get a good fleecing today, and it's going to be real herky-jerky, and it could be a great stock to day trade today. Okay? It could be an excellent stock to day trade today. CCHH. Welcome to the tank, Jay. There you go. Yep, just moving. Just reminding. Yep. Good morning, Catfish. Yep. Good morning. Good morning, Tortuga del Rio. Welcome to the tank. Good morning, my friend. Oh, yeah. Vanity Grant is here calling out DHX. DHX. There you go. Breaking to the upside over that little satchel there. DHX. It's approaching its maximum capability where it's already tapped once, twice, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is 7, folks. 7 times. 260 the bid, 267 the ask. Last filled at 261, so it's harboring near the low, okay? There's a big difference between the bid and the ask, but it's harboring closer to the low bid number. It's at 261 last, so it's harboring near the low. So right now, the trend is down, and I would hold off on it right now, though. But yeah, it looks like it's trying to make a move there for sure. But it needs to get over this number for sure. Got to get over that. Got to get over that. All right. Well, let me go get some coffee, folks. And you guys know I do a lot of original music. And I guess I'll play one of the songs that I have here now for you. And I hope you'll enjoy it. This group of songs is on my playlist, of which I have about 124 songs, if you happen to like original music. And my songs are on Spotify and Apple Music and all that stuff. So go on over there and give it a listen if you want to and enjoy. And one of the songs you'll be hearing is this one here while you're there. And I hope you enjoy this now. If I don't have you, I ain't got nothing. Just give me a second. And here we go right now. And this is DHX you're looking at. DHX.
Ride around in a big black limo or maybe drive a fancy car. I can have every single thing, everything this world could give. But I know that if I don't have you, then I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. I could earn a diploma or I could get some degree. I can make a lot of money, and I can buy anything. I can make $1 million or become a millionaire. But I know that if I don't have you, then I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. I can travel all around the world from sea to shining sea. But it wouldn't be no fun at all if you weren't here with me. I could have a castle made of gold with servants at my feet, but I wouldn't be as happy as I am when you're with me. I can climb the corporate ladder, go all the way to the top, be a doctor, a lawyer, get rich trading stocks. But it's all superficial, and it doesn't mean a thing, because I know that if I don't have you, then I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing. I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing. Any moment now, she will arrive. The one who came along and changed my life. She's my only love, and she knows it's true. And I can hardly wait till she steps to view. Any moment now. And any moment now, I'll see her face. And when I do, I know my heart will race. I'll be 10 feet off the ground. Oh, once I see her in her wedding gown, in a moment now, any second now. And any moment now, we all will pray. The Lord will bless the vows that we make today, and put our faith in Him.
All right.
We'll do, and trust that He will help us make it through. Any moment now.
Okay, that's going to do it for that song for now. And if you want to hear that in its entirety, you can hear that on my Spotify channel or Apple Music, Google Play, under the artist name Tyler, last name Self, Selph. Selph. Old English name. That's right, Old English. Good morning from Okie. Hey there, Bobby. Welcome. You're listening to the music of Tyler Self. This song is called Any Moment, now available on all music platforms. Nicole Barbie, my PR representative, and I want to thank you very much for your due diligence in keeping me and all the people informed about my my music. And you are so happy. I'm so happy that you're here with us to share in the tank times once again. It's been a it's been a shallow tank. So we needed the depth, and you've added so much depth to the tank. So thank you. And to everyone out there who doesn't know, Nicole's been one of the longest listeners here on this channel here, the WKAT radio. I should, I guess, be CAT. You know, when I started out, believe it or not, as Catfish with a K. Yep, Catfish Tyler. And I was one day telling people to look me up, and no one could find me in any way because they're all searching for Catfish with the C. So I had to go and make a change and call myself Catfish with a C. And but originally I was Catfish with a K. Catfish Tyler with a K. So like to welcome this morning all you new viewers that are out there to what we do here is we look at charts and we look at volume and we study news events that are catalysts that will drive a stock up. And then we are not looking to get in on the day when it makes that move. We're looking to get in on the following day when they pull it back down, okay? And we're watching right now, DHX is getting a little interference to its move up. They're trying to dissuade you. They're trying to pinch it back. They dumped a bunch of shares just then. Show it to you right here. This is a stock right here, DHX, just called out by one of our viewers. Now, all of these stocks that are being called out here, folks, are short-term, one-day trade possibilities, day trading. They're not to be held long, okay? So we're looking this morning at, right now we're going to look at DHX. If I can get my pen to work. And I appreciate you calling that out, DHX. And it's vanity. Now, CCHH, Pat Yeager, a reminder for that one on a pullback. And I appreciate that. That is definitely one that I highlighted yesterday. You can see right here, man, I said CCHH, baby. We're going to be watching that for a pullback. And it could be a great stock to day trade. So we're going to watch it very closely. See it right now at 104. It had closed at 135. And let me get over here to CCHH. And there is your double TAS right there. Yeah. CCHH. CCHH. Let's look at this on a long-term chart. Let's look at 20 days. There it is, 20-day chart. Now, the reason I wanted to do this is because I like to use the history of a stock to determine the future. So right here, you can see this drop. Look at the drop amount. Look at the drop amount. Look at the blue 5-day, okay? The 5-day moving average, the blue one. The price is at 81 cents there, and they dropped it to 70. It's 69. So the 12-cent drop, and they were trying for 13, but they got 12. And here you've got a drop on the 5-day now from, where was it? 123 to, it's going to be 110. And there it is, 111. 111. It's the same drop, folks. They're trying the same drop, 12-cent pullback. 12-cent there, 12-cent here. See? So I actually like it there. And that is going to be my day trade today. Let's see if they'll let me buy it. CCHH. I bet you they won't let me buy it. Let's try to buy 50 shares. 106. Good till cancel plus extended. Now, what I want to do is not come in at 106. I never want to do that. I want to come in below it. So I'm coming in 104. Review order and place it. Nope, cannot order this. Must be bought with a broker. Yep, there it says right there. Opening transactions for this security must be placed with a broker. Oh, boy. Does that mean when I want to sell it, I've got to call and talk to a broker too? Are they going to decide when to buy it and sell it? Okay. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Charlie. So if I've got to call the broker to get in, the question I have is, do I have to call the broker to get out? In other words, are you not taking away my freedom of decision and inserting your own? What in the world? And how is that going to be? That seems a little manipulative. They're going to keep us from buying stocks that start to run up. That could become a real question of ethics, I think. I'm just saying. Well, this thing is down so much right now. Well, that's why I want to buy it here. I just wanted to buy it at 105. Now it's at 107. See, it's going up. I want to invest in it. They just ran it down. I just pointed out they ran it down the same 12 cents as they did earlier. So I want to buy there on that, my knowledge, and take advantage of that. But I guess not. They let you buy it in the paper money or think or swim. Yeah. Marty's called out 3 stocks here. Let's write them down. Thank you, Marty. ONCX. Now listen, if he's calling out stocks that are on the fly, we don't buy them today. on the fly. Unless we see a pattern of a lot of herking and jerking going on, okay? If we can see a pattern of that already, then yeah, you might want to get in on the herks and jerks. But the ones that just got called out, we'll go look at them, but doesn't mean it's time to buy them by any means. And this CCHH is the perfect example of that. CCHH was called out yesterday, and you can see what's happened to it since yesterday's high. And ladies and gentlemen, in a little bit here, this is going to be a kissing ET right here. Okay? This is going to be a kissing ET right here, folks. And when you kiss the ET, you can kiss it goodbye. All right? So this is what the formation is. Again, we've seen this before. I've shown it to you several times, and it's called the kissing ET. If we can get this to come all the way up and meet this one, and they get together right there, that's where we want to make entry on it, okay? We don't want to buy a ton. We don't want to invest everything. But that number's at 99 cents or right at the dollar. All right? It's this kissing ET they're trying for. And that's the number you should buy. Oh, pardon me. Yes, indeed. I like it. And this is CCHH. Stock was up 135% yesterday. I just realized also this morning that I forgot to take my allergy pill. So now let me run back upstairs and take my allergy pill. I'll be right back. CCHH. And while I'm gone, I guess I'll play you one more of my songs here. We'll get back to that any moment now that was playing. Here we go.
And any moment now, our lips will touch in a kiss that never meant so much. And the moment that we say I do, well, that'll be just like a dream come true. Any moment now, any second now, any moment now, any second now, any moment now.
Empower your students to be more authentic, impactful writers with Grammarly's comprehensive AI writing assistance. Use it to help students brainstorm better ideas before they write. Document their writing process. Check for plagiarism and AI-generated text.
All right.
Cite sources correctly.
No. Y'all done. Here we go. Kiss and ET forming right there in the CCHH. Looking for a place to maybe make some entry on it. And we are now at 104, 105. Like I said, probably right at $1 is where they'll kiss. So that might be a good place to get some CCHH today. That was up 135% yesterday. Let's take a look at ONCX. Called out by Marty just now. ONCX. I don't see anything under that ONCX. Vanity Grant says check out CNET. I don't see ONCX. CNET. All right. I see a sea of red below that. There's a lot of aggression against it right now. CNET. Marty says AZI. That is a falling knife. That is not a stock I want to have really much to do with at all. But I'll take a look at it right now to see what the spike is, all the interest is. But there's a lot of red against it, too. A heavy amount of selling right there in the last 2 hours. There's some more sellers than buyers on this stock, AZI. Okay. Next one, JZXN. JZXN. The problem with this one is you've already seen an achieved 5-day high of right there, and then they stamped it out there this time. So I like the 200-day rising here and the 45 and 50 rising. We'll have to see if this bounces off here or not, but I do like the 200 rising below here. It wouldn't surprise me to see after a triple crossover that occurred right here for them to attack it down to the 200. That doesn't surprise me to see that. But the question is, how far will they bring this down now? Are we going to see right here a kissing ET right here on the 200-day? Are they going to come down, or are they just going to kiss the ET at the 50-day? I think they're going to kiss it at the 50-day. The 200's rising nicely. So, anyway, so right here would be a good place to get in, probably around 157, 158, 155. If they're going to drive it down and try to kiss the 50-day, it'll be right in here, this range. 157, 156, 155. I say those are your entries on JZXN. And they will try to compress this where it all meets and comes together in a nice needle point right here under this rising 200-day. They will do that. They push this down right to it. Maybe even break it below it a little bit. Break this below the 50 just a tiny bit and get in the halfway between the 50 and the 200 right here, which would be at 152, 152, 153. And I could be wrong, but I'm just saying that's where I see JZXN. QNCX, not ONCX. QNCX, got it. Let me change it on here too. And these are day trade stocks only, folks. Day trade only. Don't even think about buying these long. I usually don't like penny stocks because when they get to their 52-week highs, they can do reverse splits in big amounts to try to get over $5 sometimes even, or something ridiculous. I've seen one for 200 splits on penny stocks like this, and that's the biggest concern I have, is especially if they it's been a run they're on right here recent. Let me see where they are on a 180-day chart. Yeah, see, that's just horrible. That's horrible. That's horrible. That's since oh, every one of these candlesticks is 4 hours down here. And during the last 4 hours, there's been 2-to-1 buyers versus sellers. Just so you know that. In the last 4 hours, there's been twice as many buyers as sellers. That kind of has my interest, but I'm not so sure at 24 cents. And you might get a run from 24 cents up to 30 cents, and then I'd sell 30. But let's look at the 3-year chart on this. They were at $4.54. You know, I wonder if they did a reverse split to get that number. That was in November the 10th. Hold on a second. That's QNCX. Hold on here. All right. And I want to go down to historical data. Now I want to look and see, did they do a reverse split or something here? Or have they done one recently? See, they were over $1 for a long time, folks. This stock was over $1. And they're going to get delisted, or may have already. And that's what scares me the most about these. They like to get their price back up over $1. And this stock price was at doggone $3.72 in mid-January. Wow. What a decimation. Wow. What happened? Why? Give me a minute, folks. Hold on a minute. That's a massive drop. And the bottom fell out here on January 28th. The price was $3.15, and then on the 29th, opened at $3.14 and collapsed to 23 cents. So there's the price where it is now is the same price that it just completely collapsed to before. When it fell to 23 cents, then 16, then 15, 14, 13, 12. Now back up to 24 cents. 87% increase. Be very cautious, folks. Your problem here is your downside risk is far outweighed by your upside potential, okay? Your target here in the stock world is not to buy targets at their highs, but to buy them at their lows. That's why, and by the way, I do want to take a look at PLBY stock this morning. 212 and unmoving. Kind of interesting to see. Absolutely unmoving. 212. Hasn't moved at all this morning. Looking at GXAI. All right, it's up a little bit this morning. By the way, just so you know, in case you didn't know this, on all the futures here, they're turning red right now. I don't know why. They were green earlier this morning. All of them were green. So I don't know what the sentiment is that might have come out this morning. Alphabet plans tech's first 100-year bond since .com era. Memory chip squeeze widens gulf between winners and losers. Earnings, Spotify stock jumps on strong subscriber growth. All right, so don't see anything. U.S. stocks I return to rally as data deluge looms. Well, I think we're going to find ourselves a nice stock today to make some money on. One of them being, hopefully, one of these we bought last night. This, oh yeah, LIMN. By the way, some of you may have been with me last night when they attacked this down, and I started buying it last night. And they knocked this thing down last night. Hold on, let me get over here to trade order status. And LIMN. Now, first of all, I want you guys to see that with this LIMN yesterday, I was selling right here, LIMN right there. And you can see the prices that I was selling was all on my buy-sell sheet. 236, 237, 238. Then I bought back at 232. Nice, huh? And then it sold 243, 244, 248, 249. Sell, lemon. All those numbers on my buy-sell sheet, folks. Okay? All those numbers there are on my buy-sell sheet. I use that buy-sell sheet, folks, and it works. Look at the price now, folks. $1.52. They've taken it down almost a whole dollar from where I sold all these shares, folks. And they actually did, because last night I was buying it in the $1.40s. Anyway, I'm just showing you that so you understand what I did with this stock. All right. You got to get out when those numbers that hit those numbers on the buy sell sheet, folks. So now I see it's up to $1.53 this morning in the pre-market. A stock that apparently nobody cared anything about or had any interest in, and is now up 5.5% this morning. But notice there was no desire for it yesterday whatsoever. But today, mysteriously, there is. Now, we're going to be looking at some other stocks that were called out here. ABP. ABP. Remember, folks, whatever stock we decide, when we look at the data and we look at the charts, whatever stock we decide to get in on, it's a day trade only. We're day trading it, folks. We're not buying it and holding it forever. We're day trading it, okay? ABP, I see nothing. It doesn't even have a pulse to it. Marty, what are we doing with this one here? It has nothing. It has no pulse. ABP, that is not one I would get into at all, especially with a falling 200-day, a falling 50-day, a falling 45-day, all falling, and that is not somewhere I would be venturing. I know it closed at $1.52, and now it's at $2.57, $2.58, but what's the catalyst? ABP. ABP, not O. Let me just let you know this. If you're holding this stock, I would advise you to sell the number 255 through 257. I would sell this right now. If I were holding the stock, I'd be selling some of what you've got here. This is one stop number here. This is on my buy sell sheet. 55, 56, 57. I would sell here, okay? And then I'd look to buy back in the 40 or 33 or 38. 238, 243, 44. But I'd sell 255, 56, and 57. Now, what might change it is where it might have been earlier today. So let me look at ABP here. Let me look at it here. ABP on the 1 day. Well, seeing that it's already seen much higher numbers, including 340, then I would change my viewpoint now, and I would say this might be a good place to buy. But be careful, because it's up a lot. But it is approaching the same bottom as it's already touched once, twice, and this could be the third time right now. Now, I don't know what the news is on this today that's made it spike up to 253. I'll see if I can find out. As of 7:16, at 7:05 a.m., 12 healthcare stocks moving in Tuesday's pre-market. February 9th, AppPro Holdings shares are trading higher after a 13G filing disclosed that Goldman Sachs Group has a 6.8% stake in the company. So because Goldman Sachs, it was just discovered that they have a 6.8% stake in the company, the price rises from 274 to 340. 70-cent spike. And then this morning again, at 8 o'clock this morning, the same 340 high. And now on the bottom of a triple bottom here. Wow, very, very herk and jerk on that, huh? Well, folks, right now, the time is 8:37. I'd like to ask you to do me a favor. At 8:38 and 8 seconds, can we all hit the like button together? And until then, can we get a little bit of love and emotion on the screen? Please. All right. At 8:38, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please hit the like button. I appreciate that. And thank you for those hearts. Thank you for showing the love. And I'm very, very happy to share that love with you. There you go. There is a heart on for you. And I want to thank you all for being here with me and sharing a heart. It's nice on the screen. Whitney, good morning. LIMN, yes. LIMN, folks. Here we are. Look at this right here. Up 8% now and running. And you guys can watch this while I step away for a minute. I'll be right back. I'm going to go upstairs, refresh my coffee, and I'm going to play a song called Goodbye, So Long, Farewell. I hope you like it, everyone. Here it goes.
I knew right from the start that you would break my heart, you'd tear my world apart. So I stayed away. You wore your blue jeans tight, had them ripped just right. You whet my appetite. You just love to play. You play with hearts and boys. You get heartless boys. They fall in love with you. And here's what you do. Simply write a note. And what you wrote. Tear their fragile worlds apart. You keep your note on your bed. stayed away. And when you look my way, look the other way. I would not give away that I was hot for you. Like all those other dudes, right out of the blue. I got pursued by you. Held your body close. Thought I might overdose. Whispered in my ear, you disappeared. I didn't have a clue what you were gonna do, what you would put me through. But you, I wanted you. Got my old stack of Beatles, turn to the key. Yeah, she gonna wanna fire up, have to wait and see. Lots of times she won't, other times she will. But just in case she don't, I park her on the hill. She's a 63, used to be baby blue, but in lots of places you can see her rust coming through. Mufflers hanging low and mine following the road. But me and my old Beetle, that lightens up our load. My Beetle's got a name, I call the ladybug. Check carpet on the floorboard from my old lady's rug. Yeah, I'm a Beetle freak, yeah, this ain't no lie. I'm jumping in my ladybug and I'm gonna take her for a ride. But there's more I gotta tell you about my Beetle freak ways. When I'm riding in my Beetle, I can hear my Beetles play. Riding this very long and cranking yellow submarine. Got my Beetles in my Beetle, if you know what I mean. I'm a Beetle freak, it ain't no lie. Beetles in my 8-track, baby, by my side. Rockin' and rollin', that's what we love to do. Me and my baby on a Beetle cruise. That's what we love to do.
Yeah, you're listening to the music of Tyler Self here on WKAT Radio, broadcasting out of the central state of Michigan, frozen in a block of ice. Well, congratulations, all of you LIMN owners. Seeing a nice recovery today on that, as one can clearly see. I wouldn't be surprised to see them halt this any moment now. And EVTV. And I just had an order to sell. Hold on a second here. Let me take a look at here. EVTV. Sorry about that. I'm in the wrong spot here. Hold on a minute. Yeah. I just sold 50 shares of EVTV at 208. Sold 50 shares at 207. 207, 207. Sold at 7 a.m., folks. EVTV, EVTV, I feel good. And right now, today, I'm up $130.46. You know, someone tried to say yesterday that, I was a fraud, and I don't know how they would or what would make them think that. But at any rate, every single day, folks, I show you my trades as I make them. And I show you mistakes when I make mistakes. I've shown you losses before, big losses. So I show it all, folks, here. I don't hide anything. I don't promise you I'm going to make money every day. But we have a technique. We have a process. We have a game plan by which we trade. And there's certain things that we're looking for specifically to get us to get in on a stock. And one of the stocks this morning that I think you might want to take a look at getting in on is this one right here, CCHH. And I think it's a good buy at $1 or around that range, okay? This thing was up yesterday 135%, okay? It was up 135% yesterday, all right? So don't go diving in because it could go way lower, okay? But if you were going to make entry, I like it around the $1 point, okay? And the reason why is because of the way the chart works out on it, okay? So another stock that was just called out that I think might be at an entry point is ABP. Now, this is where I like to buy on a low like that. Now, there's been some very over-exuberant buying on this thing that drove it up to $3.40 a share on two different occasions. And one time it stopped there at $3.33. So $3.40, $3.33, $3.40 twice. And then all the way down here, man. Look at that thing get hammered down to $2.44. Almost $1 drop in the pre-market this morning, okay? Someone's behind this, okay? And what they can do is they can buy up all the shares and buy them and buy them and buy them. They can buy, and if this company has very few shares outstanding, well, they can really make the price be affected in a heavy way buying all those shares. But when they get to their predestined order number, which is 340, they say, now we're going to short the position and we're going to sell all those shares that we just bought to get it up there and sucker everyone in. And that's exactly what they did. Then once they've sold and sold and sold and sold and now achieve a new low, they can, I'm not saying will, but can from here run it right back up, folks. Run it right back up. and buy just as many shares again. Just keep buying them and buying them and buying them, and up it goes and up it goes and up it goes and up it goes. But this time it stops here instead of up here. All right, it stops here, and then they take it lower, and then it comes here, and then they take it lower, and then it comes here, and they take it lower. Can you make money off that? Yes, you can. You bet your ass you can make money off a stock doing that. I've done it before. Think about it, folks. If they just keep taking this down to a lower low, and then this is right here is where you get out, and then here's where you buy, and here's where you get out, and here's where you buy, and here's where you get out, and here's where you buy, and here's where you get out. If they're going to herk and jerk this thing down, you might as well take advantage. And you might as well also look over this past and see, is this a common number? Is that a common number there for them to drop it? It looks pretty common. Looks very common to me. See? That looks common. That looks common. That amount is a common number, folks. That's what I'm looking for, common drops. And this could be a double ta-ta right here and then off. But, yeah, looks like they're going to try. And look, they've got an inverted nip right there. Isn't that funny? It's a belly button booby. All right, here we go, folks. Looks like that's it. They're not even going to get a symmetrical pair here. It looks like just a little nut sack and then right on up here possibly. Not sure for sure, but we'll see. I don't see any volume coming against it down here, not in candlesticks. Nothing happening here. There's nothing happening very, very heavily against it. There's quite a bit of green in there amongst. It's just salt and pepper all through here. Both directions, up and down. Buyers, sellers, sellers, buyers, buyers, sellers, sellers, buyers. Pretty equal. But right now, the trend is green right here, and we need to see all these go green right here. Every one of these bars goes green. Brian Taylor, if you're here, let's try to talk tonight. We'll get this launched. You put a lot of time into what you did, and if you're here right now, I want you to know we'll get this launched, and we'll talk tonight. Let's look at LIMN. Same thing, salt and pepper, baby. EWCZ. EWCZ. Oh, yeah. Wow. Look at that. The Cobra. Whew. Going to be hard to sustain that price for much longer with this rising 45 and 50 coming up under it and the weight of this 200 rising. That looks very good. So the likelihood of this staying here at this price is very, very slim. But you never know. And I make no guarantees, but that's a very interesting looking. Closed at $4, now $5.75. EWCZ. EWCZ. All right. We got to see a lot more volume on it come in. Right now, all those candlesticks down there look very green and very interested. Let's put it that way. EWCZ. Just remember, if they're buying up all these shares on the ask and they accumulate a whole massive amount of them, and then they decided to take a short position right on the 10-day moving average up there, when the 50 gets to the 10, if they decide, since they know there's most likely going to be resistance there, to just go ahead and take a short position and then sell all those shares that they bought to get it up there in the first place. Just think about that, okay? And I'd be putting my orders in underneath this, 566, 567. EWCZ. Okay. Thanks for calling it out. I appreciate it. Let me write down, because I always try to write down who calls out stuff. So, Amado Jimenez, thank you. And Marty called that one out earlier, too. Now, let's look again at CCHH. Now, I haven't been able to buy this, but you might be able to get in on it. There it is, folks. The bottom, CCHH. This stock was up 135% yesterday, and they've fleeced it out in the pre-market, and they got a nice little pair right there. They got them a pair right there. There's me in between them right there. And now we got to eclipse this number right here. We got to go over that. She's on her way. CCHH, down this morning, something like 25% currently. Just so you're aware of it, I'm not telling you to buy it. And even if you do, I'm not telling you to buy a lot of it. I'm telling you to buy very little bit of it. Marty says JCSE. Bid 91, ask 101, 10-cent spread, a 10% difference between the bid and the ask. Just took it down last night in the after hours to 77.7, folks. It says 7786, but they sure were aiming for their 777 there. 777. They almost got it. They did get the 77, so that's good. And by the way, I know that doesn't mean anything to you, Savannah, but there it is. They got the 77. You might be wondering what's up with that? Well, I have a buy-sell sheet here, folks. And on this buy-sell sheet, one of the numbers that it says to sell and buy back when they drop it is the buy back at the 77 right there. Fourth one from the bottom. 77 is a buyback, folks. 77 and 78. And you can clearly see what it got to, okay? So those are buyback numbers. And where this 10-day line hit is probably another one that's on my buyback sheet. And that's at 90 cents. Well, if you look over here, I've got right down there 89, 88, 89, 93. Those numbers right there are buybacks. If it's dropped to those numbers, if it drops to those numbers, only if it drops to those numbers, which you can see it clearly did drop to that number. And it dropped to that number off of a $1. So 10-cent drop, people. 10 cents. First drop was 20 cents. Second drop, 10 cents. I like that too. I like that a lot. First drop last night, 20 cents. This morning, 10-cent drop. JCSE. I do like that. I'm not sure why I cannot huh. Okay, let me find out something here. I want to discuss with you guys something here on this software. I'm on JCSE, okay? And I'm trying to get JCSE. Hold on. There it is. JCSE. I'm trying to find the news on this. And if I'm down here and I put down here JCSE, like right here, I can put JCSE and hit enter. And right here, I can click right here. And then I can come over here, more on JCSE. And when I click on more on JCSE, then I can come up here to news, company news. And then it gives me the news on it right there. And I can figure out why it's trading higher today. Okay? And so what I want to know is instead of putting JCSE down here and having to look it up that way, you would think that since I have it on the chart right here, there's a way to find the news on it. And I come over to the end here where you have the same window. And when I click on this, I don't see. Oh, there it is. Good. There it is. More. Aha. Perfect. Okay, just found it. Answered my own question right there. Company news. All right. Man, look at all that dust on there. I got to get that off. All right. Well, this is JCSE now. JCSE. $12 industrial stocks moving in Monday's pre-market session. And why STMI Electronics shares are trading higher. Okay, it says, and by the way, when you come up here and you click on one of these stories, it opens up down here what you want to read opens up down here when you click right here. So it says JE Cleantech Holdings shares increased by 11.2% to 96 cents during Monday's pre-market session. The company's market cap stands at 4.5 million. So they do not have many shares outstanding. Also reading here, by clicking on the second bar under news up there, it says shares of STM Electronics, ST. Well, I guess that's not related because that does not say JCSE there. I don't want to miss. That's something, I guess, related to their industry or their market, I guess. I don't know. I don't know why that second one is up there. It doesn't have anything to do with JCSM down here. It's saying STM rose sharply. They have an expanded strategic engagement with Amazon. STM up 12%. RBLX, that doesn't have anything to do with STM. All right. I don't know what that's all about. I have no idea what that's all about. Looking here at ABP this morning was called out by Marty, and you can see it's up 65.13% this morning. I wouldn't recommend it at that price, but it's worth noting that ABP is on the run. And I don't see any news down here. Any news here. Looking at GXAI, up a little bit this morning. And Looking at LIMN, was up over 10% this morning. Earlier, up over 10% at one time, LIMN. And it was beaten down yesterday about 20%. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know that I am here for one purpose only, okay? And that is to teach you what I've learned over 125 years. And I'm going to teach you today so that you'll be a savvy trader and you will not fall for shenanigans. All right? That's what I'm going to do. And I do want you to know there was a very comprehensive video that was put on. SoFi had on the headlines of MSN, and I put a link to that earlier on the board. I don't know if it's still there. Probably not. But I did put a link up to a really nice video presentation by SoFi about how they are the king of internet banking. I am get over here to want to check out a few other stocks that have been called out this morning. If I missed some stocks that you called out earlier today, I apologize. I'm trying to keep up with everything here. But if you want to count positions, give me a second here. Here we go. Got it. Okay. Hey, what do you know? I'm making a little bit of money today. I'm up on LIMN today, and I'm also up on GXAI today a little bit. Now, not to say that I'm up on them overall, because I'm down on them right now. I'm down on them since my latest position I took up, okay? Just so you know, I'm down on them based upon my last entry position. If you look at my gains over the term, I'm up. But based on my last entry position, I'm down, okay? And others can find themselves, I'm sure, in the same boat as I am right now. But today I'm up, and that's all that matters. If tomorrow I'm up again, and then the day after that I'm up, that's all I want. The goal here is to be up, right? That's what it's all about. The goal is to be up. And remember that when you sell some of these sometimes and you make a 40% gain, like we did on LIMN, and you got to remember to set aside 30%, 33% is what I suggest. Put that money away. Don't go out and buy yourself a new car. Put away 33% into an interest yielding account, a high interest yield account. All right? It's something you must do, and pay your taxes quarterly. Do not hand your CPA some massive stack that's 3 inches thick that'll cost you. Okay? Don't do that. Well, we day trade, and we also hold positions long. And for those of you that may not know it, I'll happily show you the stocks I've been holding long, and they're right here. And over the last year, now I cannot guarantee that these stocks are going to continue to have this kind of run, but over the last year, these are the stocks that I have on this list that you can get from me if you want to come in and join as a member of the tank at the Goliath level. You can get these spreadsheets and much more. You'll get some incredibly cool candlesticks that I'll send to you. You will get Thinkorswim candlesticks that you can import into your software. And these candlesticks are different from the regular Thinkorswim. These candlesticks show you the volume that's buying on the ask or selling on the bid. And here there are more buyers than sellers by far. As you can see, all buyers there. Very, very, very little red at all. And this is an advantage for you as a trader to have these candlesticks. And they're free. There's no cost for these candlesticks. But you got to find them out there. And here you just found them. And I'll send them to you if you become a member at the Goliath level. And they come free. I'm not charging for those, but they're part of the package. If you buy Goliath level, you'll be getting these stocks that you can peruse, and you'll see what they've done over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and the last year. And on this list, I have 55 stocks, and you can just look them over and look what they've been doing over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days. Look what they've been doing over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, the last year. And you can, if you get in at the Goliath level, you can add your own stock in here and it'll auto-propagate. I'll show you right here if you want to give me a stock. Give me a stock and I'll put it in and show you how this works. Oh, SIDU has news. Thanks for letting me know. YMAX, okay. All right, just want to check here. Can everybody still hear me? I just got a phone call. Can you hear me? All right, thank you. So I'm going to put in YMAX here, and when I hit enter, it will auto-fill all the way across all the data. All right, there it is, and it comes all the way across, and you can see what the price was here. This was the price, 905, 5 days ago. 10 days ago, it was 984. 30 days ago, it was 1019. But here you can see it's down over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and over the last year, down 41.9. So that one won't make my list. That won't make my long list. Gonna have to take that off. And now I'm going to come over here. It's been up recently, but it's not good long. And I'm going to clear this row. There we go. So No, these spreadsheets here are not part of Charles Schwab. They're my own. I created. They're Google. I'm using Google Finance numbers, and you did. This is not part of Thinkorswim. These are just my numbers that I have. So now, not only do I have stocks like these that I'm long on, which there are 55 of or 54 of, but I also have these list of stocks that that pay dividends. Okay. And it's updating right now. Everything's updating because this is in 15-minute delayed, I believe. It might be 20-minute delayed, but anyway, it just got through updating. And these list of stocks all pay dividends, okay? Every one of these pay dividends. And I want you to know that you can pick and choose from this list. Here's the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, last year. And they all pay dividends. And there are a lot of these. And they pay dividends, folks. And you can just cherry pick off this list which ones are making the best gains most recently and moving up using the percentage change over 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. And they're paying dividends, people. One of the stocks we're watching is JCSE. There's not a lot of volume on it. The bid is 91 cents. The ask is 101. So there's not a lot of volume on it. But anyway, if you want to get this list from me, come in as a Goliath member and I'll send you this list. And you can add your own stocks to it, like I just showed you how they add up in and what happens. You just put your own data in, and it'll fill in across the board for you. And we've got another program we're going to be offering here very soon. We're going to try to figure out how to introduce it. But a trading tool like nowhere else. It'll be available only on this channel. And it's coming, and it involves my buy-sell sheet and integrating my buy-sell sheets into a visible graph chart, interacting with Thinkorswim. It's coming, folks. We got it. It's right down the pike. I had to talk to its creator, and he's really helping our channel out by doing this. So I want to thank you very much, Brian. Brian, thank you. Now we're looking at LIMN this morning. This is one we've got our eyes on. And it has now been up 10%, down to 5% up, and now back up to 7.59% up this morning. LIMN. And no new news today, but mysteriously, it now has an attraction to it. On no new news, it suddenly has an attraction. Now I'm going to look at it on our chart. And I want you to see that there's been a lot of huck and jucking going on this morning. Yeah, I ain't faking. There's a whole lot of shaking going on. Oh, yeah, I ain't faking. Whole lot of shaking going on. I ain't faking. Whole lot of shaking going on. Look at that shaking, and look at that bacon and shaking and bacon, shaking, bacon, shaking, bacon. Bacon time. Bacon time, baby. 5-day crossing the 50. 10-day about to cross as well. It's time to start baking, baby. And look at those perfect tatas. I'm telling you, man, what a way to start the morning. Nice. Well done. And you look at it, it's not even symmetrical, baby. This thing's going off. Look at that, how that bra strap comes flying off there. Oh my gosh. See this strap here, it's laying out, but that one's like flying off. Goodbye. Time to let those puppies breathe. Yes. Freedom. Freedom. Great gosh almighty. Free at last. Let them things breathe. Perfectly symmetrical. Goodness gracious. Haven't seen anything like that in a long time. What's the exit? Well, what I like to do is go back to 20 days and I look for areas of previous resistance to determine where I get out. So one of my sell orders is going to be here, right where that 5-day came down to, right there, boom, right there. I'm going to be in that region, okay? That's going to be 164. And I'm going to sell some first at 155. Now, this morning, it was already at 170, okay? It was at 170. LIMN was at 170 this morning earlier, just so you're aware of that, everybody. And now they're just trying to pinch it down. 200 days rising nicely. Looking at LIMN. Well, pardon me. Let's look at the 1-year chart. LIMN. 1-year chart. Well. Well, I see a 45-day moving over the 50-day. I see the 10-day crossed over the rising 45 and 50. I see the 5-day crossed over it as well. And what surprises me is now that I've seen the current price crossover, and now I've seen the 5 and 10-day, and now I see the 45 crossing the 50, meaning all shorter term and the longest term is rising too. I don't see much of a chance of it going down much from here, right here. I don't see that. Nope. Now, the one thing about it, and here we go, folks. The one thing about it up here is that 200 has been descending. That 200 is heavy weighted, folks, and it has been falling. But if it can come flatten out here, and if we've got enough energy right now, you can see here, these are in the last, every candlestick is a day. So there's been a lot of selling during the last 2 days, a lot of selling to push it down. Now, are they out of shares to sell and they got to buy and run it back up? Is that what we're going to see? Man, look at that thing go, folks. Nice. And for the people that came in here yesterday to say what a fake I was and a fraud, every day I take pictures so I can tell people, they can see and watch. And I don't know how I can be fraudulent about this. They can see exactly how much I'm up right now. And I'm going to be selling here, folks. I sell when I'm up and I've made a profit, okay? That's my technique. That's what I try to do, okay? Right now, definitely up on LIMN. So I'm going to sell some. And I'm going to definitely sell some at this number for sure. 50 at market. Goodbye. Anywhere around 166 is good for me. Going to go out again for another 50 here. Limit 167. And you know what? I'm not going to be in such. I've only got 922 shares. Let's just do 20 shares. We don't want to make a wall here. And let's sell some 172. 30 shares at 172. Get your orders in there quickly, folks. Put them in now to sell at 173 with me. 40 shares, limit 173. They're trying to hold it here, folks. LIMN. Now let's change this to the 1 day, 1 minute. And there it is right there, LIMN. Now I want to put a buy order in. Now I'm going to put a buy order in here, folks, and I'm looking at the percentage gain. Look at the percentage gain. 517 is the lowest amount. 552, 492 is the least now. 492 is the least. 485 is the least. 483. And there's no room between 485 and 483, folks. There's no room between 485 and 483. There's really none. 490 is the least now. 490, watching this closely. 490. 414 is the least. 404 is the least. 379, they're still attacking. Here they come. 379, the lowest now. 346% is the lowest. 345. You're not going to get anything between 45 and 46, folks. You're not going to get anything between 345 and 346. Let's see if they go there again. Come on, 345 or 46. 345 or 346. Come on, baby. 448. 471, 75, 414. Here comes the 37576. Come on. Hack at it again and get it in the threes. I'm ready to place an order right here. Here we go. Come on down to the threes again. $483, $475, $414. Struggling to keep it down there. Looking for the threes. I'm not in a hurry to buy here, folks. You'll notice that. I'm not in a big hurry. Not at all. I'm waiting, baby. I'm waiting for that double dagger. I'm a catfish, man. I'm a big, fat, happy cat, and I'm not going to buy until I can get the weakest shares. Come on, let's get down in those threes again. Try and dip those threes out. Uh-oh. We're going the other way now, folks. Oh, yeah, watch out. We're not going to get, looks like we're going to have to go for that 414. Oh, yeah, we're on. Hold on, here we go. Hold on now. Don't, oh, my goodness. There it is. I just bought there. Don't get fooled, folks. Don't get fooled, okay? 40 shares. market. Review order. Whoa, 617, 677, 690, 621, 614. Looking for fives. Coming in for fives. Anything in the 588, I want it. There they go. Boom, I got it. Order status. The stock I'm on here, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm buying here is LIMN. I just got it at 153. I just sold it at 165. Sold 50 at 165. Nice. And I just got to buy at 153. I'm going to duplicate this order. Review order. Watching the percentage, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the percentage up. 6.55, 6.54. What are you going to put between that? 621. Come on, let me get back in the fives again. Oh, waiting on that fives. We waiting on the fives. There it is. I'm in. 586. Nice. I just got 15384. All right. Now I'm going to do opposite order. And some of you might have been with me last night buying this in the $1.40s, in the low 140s. See, last night with this LIMN, they tried to dissuade everyone. See that? Yep, CCHH is trash. Yep. Joy says GTM is blasting off from its bottom. All right. All right. All right. I see it. 626 is the bid, 630 is the ask. And the ask just came down 4 cents to 6 cents. The ask just dropped 6 cents. That was going to be volatile, folks. Watch out. It's going to be very volatile. And now we need to see LIMN go over 155 a share. When it does, I'm going to start selling. I'm going to be selling at 157. And that might sound dumb to you guys. But from there, I think I'll be able to buy it back at 149 from the 157 sells. And I'm looking close at GTM. I might want to get in on that too. Normally, though, I would sell at 620, and it just jumped to 622. But normally, I would sell at 620. I don't like that number. I sell the 20s. I buy back the 88 below. But this is, and it is rising to that, so that's why I'm hesitant to buy 620. Because I've been burned doing that before. It needs to get over that. Good. Then the sell, unfortunately, is going to be 633, and then they'll pull it back down to 620 from there, 633. So that's my fault with GTM right now. It's in a danger zone. Uh, but it could be ready to break out. Good call out. 627 to 629 now. If this thing can get over 630, 633, then it really could go. GTM, folks. GTM is the stock we're looking at here. And if that can get over 630 and 633, then you might want to get in on it. Don't dive in, folks. I don't want anybody buying more than just a few shares at a time as it goes up. Keep following the price up with buys down below it. Catch the little pullbacks every once in a while. And then when it gets to a number on our sell sheet, we'll sell it all. Folks, don't buy in heavy here. Okay, it's got to get over 630, 31, 32, 33. That's going to be its biggest obstacle right now. And then it'll be 644. It's got to get past. Then it'll be 650. Then it'll be 655. So it's got a lot of obstacles ahead of it. And pullbacks will come from each of those numbers if you're smart and sell at those numbers. But right now, it's got to get over 630, folks. GTM. Looks like it's got a lot of resistance. Now we're going to go and look at EVTV. Only looking back at this for other people that still own it. And I still own some of it. There's low 196. Right now, EVTV on its low. And this has been a painful one if you held on to it. And that's why I tell you, people do not hold on to stocks like this long. I've still got a very small amount, about $300, $400 worth of this. But we're just going to keep finding other ones to move it over to that are going to rise back up. And well, MSTU, thanks for letting me know my sound was out. Ooh, that hurts, overpaid by a couple hundo. Oh, well, fractions of a cent won't matter when he is in the 1.5 billion valuation after they certify 5 million ounces. Music, thank you for letting me know. And also, Mo D, please, thank you for letting me know I was muted. This is the stock MSTU, called out by Wendy. Wendy picked this one 2 days ago. MSTU. Dang, look at how powerful. She called that one out on the low. Congratulations, Wendy, on you're getting good at this, Wendy. You're getting good at this, Wendy. You got a winner right there, MSTU. That looks very strong. And I love the look of that chart right there, breaking over and off of that 200 day. Very nice. All right. Congratulations. MSTU. I would suggest you sell it at 555. Vanity Grant called out a stock I couldn't get into, RITR. Let's go look at what it's doing. But I told people about it, and some of you did get in. RITR, kissing the ET, baby. They just kissed the ET right there. I like it a lot. There it is. RITR, folks. Kiss the ET, bye-bye. Yep. Now, I can't buy into this, or maybe I can now. I don't know. Maybe since things have cooled off a little, I can buy it now. But RITR, folks, that looks like a good place right there. And I would suggest you take a look at the 5-day chart on this. RITR. There it is. That looks good. RITR. I really like the look of this chart right here, folks. My call out. That looks very good right there. That looks good. RITR at 110 a share this morning. I like it a lot. I'm just going to call it out, and I say I like it. I'm going to buy it. RITR. There it is. Retire Logic Tech or whatever. Ritar Logtech Holdings. And it's $1.11, so I'll come in for 50 shares. Limit buy. It is down 8.95%. I'm going to buy at market, so I'm going to come over here. I'm going to look at how much it's down. It's down 8.95%, down 11 cents. Review order, I'm going in market here. Oh, God, call Charles Schwab. Oh, you guys, God almighty. Wow. Oh, CCHH buy zone, cat. Catfish, because you are a good teacher. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, I can't buy RITR still. I can't buy it. But if you can, that would be a good place to maybe pick a few shares up. I'm not telling you to go in heavy, just very, very lightly. CCHH, let's look at it. Buy zone, CCHH. Look how far they got it below the 200 right there. Look how far they drove it below the 200 there. Look, here they couldn't even get it below the 200. But now, look how far they've got it below the 200 right there. Right now. Right now. Yep. They probably won't let me buy this either. Let's see if they'll let me buy CCHH. Buy 40 shares at market. Review order. No, they won't let me buy this either. Wow. They won't let me buy this either, folks. I wonder. I'm wondering, are they going to start sending out a daily list from Charles Schwab of stocks that are eligible for us to purchase? Is that what they're going to do? Are they going to? I wonder how many stocks are going to make their daily list of what that we can buy. Fidelity's the same. I hear you, Gary. Man, I hope you end up making everybody millionaires on this stock you're talking about. And I think you could be right. So CCHH, no way to buy. Well, we're just going to have to figure out which one they think we should be buying today. I guess, hopefully, they won't stop me from buying stocks that I already own. Okay, looking now across the board here. Looks like the bottom has been reached on CCHH. If you can find a way to buy this, folks. I'm not allowed to. Oh, thank you, Rob. Thank you for letting me know. Well, looks like we've got the bottom right there on CCHH. I want to look at SIDU. SIDU looks very good, strong, bouncing off a rising 200. Right this second, a little suppression effort to hold it down onto the 50 and down below here, right over the 200, but that won't last, I don't believe. SIDU has not done what I was really hoping to see it do after it did its triple upside crossover. It just could not maintain the wave of volume it needed behind it to go to where I thought it would reach, possibly. It definitely did not retrace the steps of TSSI, but it's still holding up all right. It's Looking at the 20-day chart, they massacred this thing for 14 days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 days to get everybody out. 10 days, folks. And then I guess it was all over after the 10th day. And a price of $190 a share, trying for $188 right there, but they got $190 instead. And now she recovers. Now listen, folks, I want you to understand something. Right here, you can call this mirror trading, okay? And I want you to understand and listen to what I'm going to suggest you do as a trader in the future with all stocks. If they were worked down in this fashion, they will work up in this fashion. Understand? So what I want you to do is I want you to, using these tools down here, click on this arrow and click on this line. All right? And then come up here and start putting in your lines where you're going to sell. As the stock fell, so it shall rise. So right here is a definite point for you to want to sell right here, okay? Does this make sense to you? Right there. I have no idea what this thing is doing. Hold on a second. I must have picked on the wrong line. I picked the wrong line there, folks. I picked the wrong tool line. Hold on. Now I got to delete this. Delete. All right. Let me go back down here, and I got to pick the right tool line. Not this, not that one, but this one here. Got to pick the correct tool for doing this. And that would be this one here. All right. And then come over here. And you're going to do what's called mirroring. So one of the lines needs to be there. So you're going to go right here. And boom. You're going to put a line there. All right. That is a resistance line. Then you're going to put a line right here where this 5-day average stopped, the light blue line. You're going to put one right there where the light blue 5-day stopped. Boom. And you are going to sell there. All right. And you're going to put a line right there at the top of this light blue line, right there where the 5-day is. Okay? You're going to put a line right there. Okay? And then you're going to come up here and put a line right here. And as time moves on, you're going to sell at every one of these lines. All right? That's the way it works. All right? That's how it works. And what I'm showing you here, folks, is a form of what's called mirror trading. Mirror trading. As it came down, so shall it rise. And it doesn't always happen this way, but it can often happen this way. All right? I hope this makes sense. Yep. ACHR is taking off, I guess. WHLR is taking off. Okay, there's WHLR. And the same thing could be said for this stock. This would be the middle point, the mirror point right there. There's the mirror point right there. And this is this right here, and this is that drop there, and then this is the little stabilization, and this is the stabilization. Fed Smoker says, thank you, Catfish Tyler, for teaching us. Yep. JZXN is hitting its new high, okay? Thank you for letting me know. Oh, hello there, Jackie CW. Welcome. Hey, Jack, are you and Rusty Prater friends over there? Are you and Rusty Prater friends over there? By the way, I want you to take notice here. Look at the percentage up here. Folks, it was just up 616. Okay? WHLR, I just saw the gain was at 616 on WHLR. Because I know Rusty Prater is also over there in Thailand. And see if they're going to go for that 616 gain again here or not. 577 and 616. Huh. What do you know? Just wanted you to be aware of that for those of you that don't know. And this is on WHLR. I don't see it taking off. CCHH was a fantastic call out. Yep, and there, just kissing the ET right there. Yep. CCHH, somebody said, was a fantastic call. The reason I call this is because this is what I call kissing the ET. Kissing the ET right there. This formation, folks. And I want you to see something here. Make sure you understand why I call it that. Because right here, they kissed the ET. Right here, they kissed the ET. Right here, they kissed the ET, folks. Kissing goodbye. It's just kissing the ET repeatedly. And who could resist with lips that look so luscious as these? I mean, look at that beautiful makeup on there. You got the blue upper lip and the red under lip. More blue accented here and the red under lip. And over here, look at her lips are wide open. And I think there might be a little tongue going there. Okay? Kissing the ET. And you can kiss it goodbye. Yep, I bought Wheeler at higher the other day following Catfish and sold for big profit good. Got you, Debas Assassin. Got it. PHIO. But there's the CCHH. Kiss the ET and watch it fly. Wave goodbye after you kiss the ET. CCHH. I told you that was a good place to get in right there. I was right. Looks like, anyway. I don't know. Maybe not. Now we're going to go look at EVTV. Pardon me. EVTV. Pardon me. Oh, at least I didn't do a Oprah Winfrey fart at the same simultaneously burping. That is just disgusting. All right, EVTV. Oh yeah, herk and jerk and 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 herk. Oh my gosh, herking and jerking this thing for frickin' a solid week. Same, they cannot even achieve. And by the way, this is the low right there. And then this is the next low. And then this was the next low. And now here's the next low. So I think we've already established where the freaking low is. The low is the same place they stopped it from rising there, and the same place they stopped it from dropping once, stopped it twice, stopped at 3, stopped at 4, stopped at 5, stopped at 6, stopped at 7, and now stopped at 8, now stopping at 9 times at the same line. And there's no better way to get people to give up than to do that right there and hope they all just concede. Okay? But they're at the same damn line as all these before, folks. And do you think they're going to concede if they didn't concede 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times before? Why would they give in now? Why would they give in now? They didn't give in right there, did they? They didn't give in there. They didn't give in there. They didn't give in there. They didn't give in. Didn't give in. Didn't cave. Didn't cave. Didn't cave. And probably won't cave. I'm just going to call it for what I see it, folks. I got no guarantees, but that's what I see. Repeated efforts to push it down. Now PLBY. Oh, nice. All right. I'm going to log out of this account right now. Just give me a second here. I got to get over to my account holding PLBY. And you guys know that when I'm changing accounts here, I'm going to have to get a password logged in here. And they're going to send me that password on this phone. So just give me a minute, and I'll be right back, folks. I'm going to be getting this password. Hopefully they don't start my software over again. They like to update my streaming software when I do this. If they do that, I'll repost this same thumbnail, and then I'll start a stream again in 5 minutes. Let's see what happens here, though. All right. Very good. Now, I want you to know, yesterday someone was claiming that I was a fraud and that I was trying to commit fraud or something here on this channel. And I want you to be very aware that I don't hide a dang thing from anybody. So if you want to see what fraud looks like, there it is. Today I'm up $128. Okay, so I'm going to take a picture of it because this is what I do every day. And people say that want to say I've committed fraud. I'm not committing fraud. And I take pictures of this every day so people can verify. Yep. And so I want you to know that there's no way for me to commit fraud if I'm taking pictures of my account up every day. Now, it isn't up every single day. I've taken pictures of my account down massively before. I've shown you pictures of my losses. I'm not afraid to show when I'm down because that's how you learn from my mistakes. When I make mistakes, you learn from that. That's right. You learn from it. You benefit from my stupidity. How do you like that? And so Playboy has me up $206 today. So I'm going to sell it right now. That's right. Sell. And I want to thank you, Amato, for calling that out. And I'm going to sell right now. I got 480 shares. I'm going to start leeching it out. 20 shares out. Mark it, review order, and place it. And the reason I'm selling here is because I know they're going to stop it at 47, 48, 49. So I'm trying to sell right here and get my orders in very quickly here. 40 shares now here at 49, 249. Review order and place it. And just so you guys can see, and there's no question about my buying and selling, I'll show you here now. We're looking at PLBY, so I'm going to show you here. Yesterday, this is where I was buying PLBY, and I bought at 193.97, and I bought, that was the lowest I could buy, but I had orders even lower, but I didn't fill those, but I got 193.97, 197, I got 196. I was buying 40 shares at a time. So I was spending about, $70 per buy. And I bought a lot of shares, folks, in the 196s to 197, 199, 193, 195. I bought a bunch of shares. I bought a whole bunch of shares of this stock, PLBY. And right now I'm selling it at numbers on my buy-sell sheet. And my buy-sell sheet is right here. And you can clearly see that it says to sell the 47, 48, 49. 46, 47, 48, 49, and 50 are sells with buybacks as low as 31, 33, 37, 38, 39. All right, so there's where I'm selling right now at these prices. And I just sold, and I'm waiting on 248 and 249 right now. And I sold 240.43, and I'm going to duplicate this order. And I want to sell 247. Yep. And I want to sell 20 shares at 247. Review order and place it. And the reason I'm selling here is because these numbers are on my buy-sell sheet, folks. And I just sold 40 shares at 248. Yes. 40 shares gone, sold 248. Nice. And now I've got an order to sell 247, 249. And I'm going to come up here and sell 250. Go ahead and put in 254, 253. And folks, the reason I say that is because it can springboard on a very large buy any second. Once they realize it's going to go over 250, it can springboard on a very large buy. So I'm putting in a sell order now, and I just sold 248. But I'm going to duplicate the 248, and I want to put in 254. 40 shares at 254. Review order and place it. And I want to get in 255. Duplicate order. 255. And at 255, I want to sell 88 shares. Now, what I'm looking at here is the stock PLBY. This is it right here. PLBY. There it is on the chart. And what do you know? It hit 248. 248. Well, that's me, baby. I just sold there 248, 40 shares. That's Matt. That's my sell, 40 shares. Joe Watson says you're only committing fraud to those who lost their ass due to not listening to you. No fraud means you deceive people. That's right, Jay. Bunny money. LIMN is done. Can you say why it is done? Yeah, can you tell us why, Jay? GTM rising and rising, good. Big sellers keeping it down. Frude. How dare you call me a frude? Catfish is no frude. Plate Lunch Express, you have to stay positive. The market rises and drops. Yep. Buy the dip, sir. It's not finished. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Yep. They did that at the same level before it popped, or pre-market too. Yep. I'm watching level 2, an active trader. Got it. Gary says you're a fruit to live the way of the fish. I'm only down a few percent. Be patient, young grasshopper. Yes. So PLBY was a long-term order. No, I just had an instinctive gut feel about it. And normally I tell everybody don't hold any of these day trade stocks, but I can afford to. I can afford to take the hit, okay? So sometimes I decide to hold on to some based on how they're acting. And I told everybody yesterday that I thought this PLBY news was very good, and it would take a while for it to get absorbed into the market. And I was right, as it turns out. So that's why I held on to it. Now, someone said LIMN is done. Well, I got news. It was lower than this in the after hours last night. And I was buying it in the 140s. last night, the very low 140s and 130s, 139 last night. So I don't think it's done. I think it's been at this bottom here and risen all the way to there. And then it rose all the way to there. And then it rose all the way to there. So I don't think it's done from here. I don't think so. I don't think so. Nope. Nope. I do not believe so. If this 5-day moving average were lower than this one, in other words, if right now they could bring this down any further, I'd be worried about it. But right now, this has been established as the low, same as over here, the low, and now they're trying to achieve one here where they had only a brief second here earlier. Just a brief moment there. It's never stopped here before at this number where it is now. Okay? And I doubt seriously that it's going to stop here now. It never stopped right there. It never stopped right there, or never stopped right there. So why is it going to stop here now? It never stopped there. And it was only briefly for a flash at this number right there. So why is it suddenly going to stop here with a rising, climbing 200-day average? Well, folks, this thing is kissing the ET right here. Kissing the ET right now. Granted, the lip is not rising very strong because of this very aggressive attack in after hours last night. And then this second one that they're trying right now. But folks, it's still kissing the ET right here, and it's going to most likely bounce. I don't make any promises or guarantees, but that 200 is rising, folks. Now let's look at the 1-day chart. And there it is. They just kissed the ET right there. So I would definitely disagree with you that LIMN is over. And being 1 cent in the red is certainly not over, okay? And I'm taking some of my Playboy profits right now, and I'm going to move it over to that. And I just sold 248 and 247. And I got out some at 2443. You know, I was buying a lot of that yesterday, Playboy, at $1.96, $1.95, $1.97, $1.96. I was buying that yesterday morning. Yep. And I like LIMN. I would not say that's over by any means. And in fact, I've got 610 shares sitting here that I think I'm going to add to. Buy 20 shares at market. Up, green now. No more red, it's green. Buy 20 shares at market. And I'm buying this stock, LIMN, folks. I want you to look up here. Look at the percentage gain. All right, what's the percentage gain here on LIMN? I have 630 shares of it right now, and I bought a lot of them last night in the low 140s and 139, 138. But look at it now. Look at the percentage gain. 072 is the least. 072 is the least. 129, 129. 072 is the least. 128 and 074. I'm buying there because why wasn't it 072? Now I'm going to buy it again. I'm going to come in and duplicate that order, get 20 shares, and I'm buying at market, and I'm going to watch the percentage gain like a hawk. 138 now. Where's that 072? 138, 118, 138, 20 between 137, 138. What are you going to put in between 137 and 138, folks? 137 and 138, and now 206. See how that 137, 138 was your key indicator? When you're that tight, where are you going to go from there, folks? Where are you going to go? Come on down here. I got it. I got that right there. And we're looking at LIMN here, folks. LIMN. And I just bought it at 14686 and now 14865. Nice. 2 cents higher. Duplicate order. Review order. And watch the percentage gain, folks. I just bought it when it was in the red. Now 310, 277. Watch it close. 276 and 277. Oh my gosh, this thing's out of here, folks. And I just bought it again. And folks, this is the stock I'm on. Take a look at it on the chart. LIMN. LIMN, folks. She just broke over 150, folks, after I just bought it at 146 and 47. Okay, folks, listen now. I'm starting to come in here. Limit orders down below it. No more market. I'm coming in limit orders down below it, okay? So I got 150, 151. I want to limit here, and I want to come in 147 here for sure. 20 at 147. Review order and place it. And I want them to see these orders coming up underneath now. And I'm coming in at 148 as well. Limit order 148. 20. Review order and place it. I never start coming in right where it is unless it's really flying, and then I'll do market orders. But at first, I come in underneath it. And now I'm coming in a limit order, 149. Because they're not going to want to let it get away from 150, folks. They're going to try to dissuade. They'll probably come on back down to even 144 here. So I'm going to come in here and put a limit order in, 146. Because I think they're going to try, at least during lunchtime for sure, to wash it down to 144. So I'm going to go for 146 right now. And see, the market makers, they like to every once in a while dump a bunch of shares out and just get the price to fall 5 or 6 cents. So that's the method to the way I buy. That's how I buy, folks. And now I'm sitting here waiting to hawkishly buy this stock at 145 even if I can get it. 6 cents down from where we are right now. That's where I want to buy. And I wouldn't doubt it at all to see them drop it down to there. Now, the last order that I filled market was 15085. And now I've got orders here that are waiting at 145, 146, 147, 148, 149. I'm ready to buy on any pullback, okay? And I'm not going to be upset when the price falls to there. I'm going to be thrilled that I was able to buy them at that price, at those prices. And that's the method of which I use when I got a running stock. I keep coming in underneath it and waiting for the inevitable 6 cent drops or 5 cent drops. And they're coming, folks. So right now I'm going to put in another duplicate order here. And I don't want to do market. I want to come in at 150 right here. 150. 20 shares. And I just picked up a 15085. All right. And I just see now they're filling on the 151, folks. They're not even trying to drop it. They're filling right on the number 151. They're filling on the ask. And this is LIMN. Let me show you something here, folks. LIMN. Here it is. I want you to see something. To realize the level of manipulation and how it works. The dark area of this candlestick is how many shares were sold to the bidders. The light area of this candlestick is how many shares are bought on the ask. Sold on the bid, bought on the ask. Understand? Look how many were sold on the bid here. Out of this 422,000, look how many were thrown out at the price of 140 a share. That many. But look how many were at 139. How few, I should say. Look at how few were there. 8,992. Folks, listen, you might think I'm crazy, but something tells me someone had an agreement with someone who owned a lot of shares to sell enough to get the price down to $1.40 where they could get in on it. All right, that's what they were. They got, folks. They can call up companies that own tons of shares of this stock and tell them, sell it. We'll help you. We'll buy it. We'll sell it. You sell it. Let's get it down to 140. Let's get in on it at 140. And they did. Look how heavy they came in. 800,000 at 140 and 141. Another 400 almost here. Look at that accumulation there. Holy smokes. Somebody wanted it there, and they wanted it there for a reason, people. All right? Then here's the next level where they picked up the same amount almost in each wagon, and they're already beyond that now. They're over that now, folks. There's no stopping this now. This is going to go right up through this. It's going to go right up through this, okay? Because just like I got through telling you guys a little bit ago, the same way in which it falls will be the same way in which it rises. So this stock fell so fast through this region without any accumulation of shares. I mean, there's hardly any shares here. 8,000, 8,000, 9,000, 4,000, 6,000. Folks, there's that many shares that can be bought in 1 minute. And that's probably what was sold in 1 minute to make it fall that fast through this region. So there's nothing going to stop it here now. It's going to go right over this. You'll see it. Watch it with your own two eyes. Watch how fast it goes over all these numbers right now. Because there's no reason for it to stop there now. It didn't stop there on the way down. Why should it stop there now? Why should it stop here? It won't, folks. I'm telling you. Chances of this thing stopping here are virtually zero because it never stopped here before through this region. When they ran it down this morning, they created a big gap from there to there, and that gap is there now, and you're going to see it fill very fast. And I could be wrong, but let's just watch and see. Just stick around and watch and see if I'm not right. Watch how fast it comes up over these numbers. Right back up to there. And then these are already oversold completely just like these. So it's just going to fly past those too. It's going to go from here right up to this number, folks, in just a little bit. All right. Watch and see if I'm right. Yep. LIMN just executed a triple fleecing. This could be the next run. All right. Well, I say this thing is over, man. LIMN, there's nothing going to stop it when it gets past these candlesticks where they're trying to max them out to the same as these. This thing's just going to freaking fly past all this bullshit. LIMN's going to run, folks, and I just sold it at $1.57 because I had a sell order there. Now I want to look at PLBY. Playboy. And as I can see, it's maxed out here. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Down here, the criteria was only 220,000 they had to reach, or 210. That's what they had to reach down here, the criteria. 210, 223. Here, 300,000, the new criteria level, and they just broke it. Now they got to get 200,000 here and 200,000 here. And once they have those filled in, this thing's going to rocket. Holy crap, folks. Dang. And there's plenty of investors in this stock that think it's going to go to this price, 252 right now. There's a lot that think it's going to go up to 266, 267, 268. There's some that believe it will go even higher. Some are waiting on 312, 312, 292. Good numbers to put sell orders. 279. There's people that believe this is going to go much higher, and folks, I'm one of them. I think after this goes over this number right now, this thing's about to take off, folks. I think it's maxed out here. Max capacity. Oh, yeah. It looks very strong here, folks. I think they're going to run it here. PLBY. And for those naysayers that are coming here, this is what I'm up today, and there's no fraud being committed here, okay? I'm not committing any fraud, okay? I'm trying to be 100% visibility, transparency, okay? So that's today on this account, and there is no fraud involved. And you can see that every single one of the stocks that I own is green, okay? They're all green. They're all green. And this is not defraud. I'm not defrauding anyone. Well, the reason they just dropped that LIMN to those prices is because they saw all my shares down there. They saw all my shares down there, my buy orders, and they wanted to go get that from me. For anybody that's holding on to SIDU, a little update. It's getting some propulsion behind it right now, starting to make a real nice move. SIDU starting to show some signs of life, just so you're aware of that, if you're holding on to any of that. Now, just a moment ago, someone said that LIMN had plummeted. So, and then look at SIDU right there, folks. Looking good. And she's going to break this level of resistance right here many times before, 255. And if she does, then she can make a real nice run. 255 needs to go away, folks. We need to see this broke 255. There he goes. Nice. All right. Nice. Go, baby, go. SIDU. Pardon me. It's already been up here at 263. All right. I'm putting some sell orders in on this up here. I've got some of these in my paper money account. And I'm going to sell up through here. And yes, I did buy all those shares that I had orders in on LIMN. And it looks like I was able to pick up some 147, 148, and 149 I got. I've even picked up some 146.86. So very good. And now I got buy orders in at 145 and 146. I'm still waiting to fill. And I don't think they're going to. All right, so there's SIDU. I'm going to go over here and look at GXAI. Oh my gosh, trading in the 4-cent range. GXAI. 4-cent range. All right, folks. I do not like that, so I'm going to sell this GXAI. And I'm going to sell 500 of it right now. Just give me a second here. All right, now let me go over here to all open orders on GXAI. And I don't have any, so I can go back over to filled, and I could go back over to this now. Duplicate order. GXAI. I'm going to sell the remaining shares, 508, right now at market. Review order and place it. And I just sold GXAI. And that frees up a lot of cash to work with. I've got 2,700 now in cash, and I want you guys to pull it out. Damn it, Grant, we're burning your Playboys. Playboy at 250, huh? Up 16% today. Nice. I told you it might take a little while for that news to get into the market. I now have 360 shares left of Playboy. And just give me a second here. So GXAI, I'm out. I'll tell you why. Because the trading range on it's too small. 4 cents won't do jack crap for me day trading this thing. No way. No way. That's why I pulled the plug on it. And I'm going to find a runner to put it into instead. That's why I don't hang on to bags. I'm not a bag holder. And I don't hold day trade stocks long. I day trade them. All right? Day trade stocks need to travel at least 20 to 25 cents. Take a look over here at EVTV right now. Hold on. See, this thing's only trading. At least this thing is trading 15 cents from the low to the high, 15 cents. Now, the reason I'm not going to sell this is because it's almost breaking out of this high capacity right here. But that's the only reason I won't sell all this. I've only got, I think, about 400 shares of this, so I don't have but $800 in this. But still, folks, I'm looking for runners today, okay? And ones that that they'll let me get into. So one of the things I want to look at right now is HUMA. HUMA. And it's at the bottom. It is at the bottom right now. It has never been lower. It's at $1.15. HUMA down 5.74% today. So if you want to buy on the bottom, that could be it. But I'm going to look at some others here. MSTU. Called out by Wendy. It already hit 587. And Wendy, please tell me you sold 586, 87, 88. You had sell orders there. Wendy, please. I just sold SIDU at 257. SIDU's on the move. GMT. Thanks for calling it out. GMT. Not seeing anything. What's going on? Junior Luis, hello there. GMT is not showing up as a stock. NMRA. MNRA does not show up as a stock. NMRA. Oh, NMRA. I just sold CDU at 258. CDU's on the run, folks. And this is going to be where this stops, 308. You should know to sell here. Folks, this is a sell number all day long. Sell, 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 the 308. The stock is up 28%. Sell the 308. Sell the 308. Sell the 308. You should already have sold 306, 307, and 308. Folks, those numbers are the very top of my buy-sell sheet. Sell 5, 6, 7, and 8. Buy back as low as 78 cents, 89 cents, 93, 94, 97, 98. But those are sell numbers, 308. If it goes beyond 308, then sell 311, 313, 315, 317, 319, and 320. Those are all sell numbers. And I'm telling you, that 308's a sell, and you should have just sold there. GTM, all right? GTM. Well, they're storing it up right here. They're getting themselves a big old sack of it right here. Sacked it up big time. Doesn't surprise me because it hit 667, and you know those numbers are on my buy-sell sheet right there. Right here, folks, you got to sell those numbers. 64, 65, 66, 67. Sell. Sell there. Sell, Mortimer. And that's where they stopped it right there. 64, 65, 66, 67, and they stopped it there. Now they're just trying to get them over 1 million shares at every one of these candlesticks here. I like it. It looks pretty good. We have to keep an eye on it. If it can get over 666, let me know, okay? GTM. Otherwise, I'm just going to watch them build the position right here. They're just building on it. And folks, they could drop it on down here. They've already got them a nice little pile down here at 622 today, 623. One thing I like about it, I see a lot of light color here. All this is being bought on the ask. I don't see any dark here. Here's the dark right here where they sold to the bidders right there. All this is light, folks. I like that. I like that about it. All of it's light. You don't see any dark areas here, folks, where they're selling on the bid. They're all buying this on the ask right now here. 655 is probably going to be your good entry right there. 655, right there, where they've already maxed that out almost. 655, folks. They love that number. They love that number. They're dedicated to it. So that looks pretty good, though. GTM, if the volume can stay in it, it could go higher. If the volume stays behind it, it could go higher. But it's got to get over this 666, folks, or I'm not in. Now let's go look at Playboy, PBLY. All right, folks. This thing is at a precipice point for breaking away right here. This thing is so close to breaking away. Look at the volume. They've already reached 340 here, and it broke from that. Then 399, it's breaking from that now. Now we're at 328. It's going to break from that, folks. It's going to go higher, most likely. This is PLBY, Playboy. I make no guarantees, but, folks, that looks max capacity to me right there. Oh, man, max capacity. And I could be wrong, but, man, it sure looks like they've loaded that thing up there for a hitch and go, baby, hitch and go. Which one is this? Andre, LIMN, back down to where we bought in after hours yesterday. Yep. Joey, what are you calling out? GTM, I see it. But they pulled it down now to 651. And the time that we've looked at it, they pulled it back down into the fill this gap here. Now they're going to try to fill all these in, try to fill them in. So I'm not going to get in on this yet. Someone's going after it right now. They're trying to take it down into this region right now. 649. Got to get 1 million shares at 649, I guess, or 650. And listen, the options people, they can control this where it won't go over 650. Anyway, I like it there. I'll try and buy it here. Let's see if Charles Schwab thinks this is too volatile for me. All right. I'm going to come in for 20 shares at market. And let's see if they'll let me buy here. I'm watching the percentage gain now down 10.99. And I'm watching that percentage gain very close. Down 10.86 is the most now. 10.99 is the most, though. I'm waiting on that again. 10.99 or 11 even. 11 plus. 10.99 is what I want to see before I place my order here. 10.86 is the highest now. I'm looking for 10.99. Looking for 10.99, baby. I want that grape on the vine. 10.92. That's close enough. I'll buy there. And hey, it let me buy this stock. How do you like that? It let me buy it. Coming in 10 at market. Review order. And look at the percentage gain. The biggest drop now is 10.72. And I bought it 10.92 down. 10.72. I bought it down 10.92. 10.72, 10.86. Looking for that 10.92 again if I can get it. GTM, watching it like a hawk. I've got 20 shares of it. Looking for 10.92. There's 10.72. 10.78. 10.86. 10.65. Looking for 10.86 now. I'll go there. Order status. Buying GTM here. And I just bought it 653.85 and 653.7. And this is the stock I'm buying right here. And I'm buying it underneath a massive wall. Okay? I'm buying it underneath what I call the foundation. Okay? This is the foundation, folks. And I just bought it down under the foundation. I bought it in the lower level parking lots, okay? That's where I got in the basement level parking. That's where I just bought it. And now we're going to go back up over this where it's all oversold. And it's going to go right on up, apparently. So let's just watch it and see if I'm right. Because I believe this is all completely oversold here. And it should run right past all that fairly soon. GTM, we'll see if I'm right or wrong. But I just got it at 653. And it's at 655 now. And I'm not going to buy a lot more of that yet. I want to see it really start to move, and then I might come on in on it. But I got the two lowest prices of that for right then. 653 just then. Order. Coming in at market, review order. And look at the percentage down here. The percentage down, folks, is 10.56%. And then I saw a 10.58. What are you going to put in between 10.56 and 10.58, folks? Huh? 10.56 and 10.58, and now it's at 10.17. I'm buying right there. And I just filled for 2 cents higher than my last order, 655.96. Duplicate order. Review order. Now down 10.99 again. 10.92. This is back to where we just were. There, I'm in 11.13. And I got a 650. 5 cents lower than I just filled. Review order. Oh, yeah, I'm going in here. Duplicate order. I'm just buying 10 shares at a time, folks. Down 11.60. I'm just buying 10 shares at a time. 11.44, 11.20, 11.33. Of course, they're trying to keep it under 650. 11.40. That's pretty big down. 11.33 again. Looks like 11.40 is the max here. I'm going to buy here. And I'm not buying alone, folks. I can see there's already been 842,000 bought at this number. Duplicate order. And wow, look at that thing, folks. I just got it. I just got this stock at 649, and it has jumped up to 651, and it was at 657, folks. It was at 657. Duplicate order. Review order. And look at the percentage down there, folks. 1113. Review order. 11133, folks. 11133. 112022. 1127. Still trying to drive it down. 113388. I'll buy there. And folks, I can already see here, right here, what I'm looking at. Look, they've already got their million here. They're going for their million here at 649, at 650. They got to get their million there. They got a quota, folks. They got to meet. They got to get a million there. They're looking for 1 million here, just like they got a million. They got to get a million here. And that's what they just tried for, was 1 million at 650, folks. They just gave it a shot. They failed, but they tried. They dang sure tried. And I'm glad that I just bought at 649.5 and 649.87. And now I look at that percentage down, and I see that 1113, 112022, please, still there. Still there, 112022 to hold it at 650, folks. Now, I told you, there's a lot of options players that want to keep this under 650 a share, and they're trying desperately to do that right now. You can see that. But unfortunately, they've already reached almost 1 million shares here. They've already reached 1 million at 650. And it sure doesn't surprise me to see them at 649.5 when they've already got their million at 650, folks. 113388. Huh. That's where I bought the last time. 113388, percentage down. 1154 is now the deepest drop. 1161 is the deepest drop. I'm ready, baby. Come on. I've only got 80 shares. 1168, the deepest drop now. 1161, 1154, 1161, 1154. Come on, take it the other way. 1157, 54. We're tightening up. I'm in right there. And again, it looks as though all they're trying to do here is get 1 million shares plus at $6.50. Looks like they're trying to get 1 million plus at 650, folks. They're trying to get 1 million plus here at 650. And folks, there's been a lot of selling there. I mean, they've dumped out of this 925,000, 850,000 of that has been dumped to the bid price. So, man, they've got their heart set on holding this number, and they're throwing out tons and tons of shares at 650, folks. They've dumped almost almost 1 million shares they've dumped right now at 650 to hold it under that. All that dark area is sold to the bidder, folks. So they're just throwing it out, throwing it out, throwing it out at 650, throwing it out, throwing it out. And they're throwing it out now at 650. In fact, now they're throwing it out. You can see all the dark area there at the 49. Look at all the dark area here at the 48. Just throwing out shares, the dark area at 48 right now. They're just tossing them out. They're letting anybody who wants them have them at 648. They're just throwing out shares at 648, folks. They're throwing them out at 647. Look at the dark area there. All this, they're now throwing out of the dark area. All right, I'm coming in here, duplicate order. I want 644 range. Down 12%. I'm in. I just bought right there. 645.94. I just bought. I'm going to go again. I want a limit order at 644. Trying to buy 644 right now, along with everyone else who loves that number. I also want to buy 643. Review order and place it. Time now is 11:14 a.m. The stock I am buying right now is GTM. I've got an order to buy at 643 and 644. Now I'm going to come in at market. And I'm looking at the percentage down here. And it's been way lower than this today already. But it is down right now. 1222. 1222.68 is the most down right now. 1209 now. Oh boy, look at that thing turn around. Oh my goodness, I'm in there. I just bought there. And I just got it at 644.5. I did get the 43 and the 44. I did get the 43 and the 44. Nice. And now I got a 644.5. Beautiful. And I got 1,800 to buy with. Review order. And I'm looking at the percentage down. Now down 1181 is the deepest drop. I got it, the last order I got it was down over 12%. So we're looking to buy this GTM, which was called out by one of our viewers and said it was going to go to the moon. So I'm picking up a few shares. I've got 130 now. And I'm looking at it down 1188, 1181. And looking for a very nice, hopefully, a recovery bounce off the bottom here at 1115. 1181, it was down over 12%. Now 1174, I like that. 118169, I'm looking for anything in the 12s again. See if we can get anything 12s. 7.4 and 7.5, folks. I just saw a 7.4 and 7.5. And there's a 7.4 again. What are you going to put between 11.74 and 11.75? 11.73. All right, well, I'll buy that. I see an 11.74, an 11.75, and then an 11.73. Okay, well, I buy there. And I just bought at 646.97, 3 cents higher than my orders I just filled at 643. All right? So I just got through ordering right here at 643. And the last order I got was 647. 646.97. And now the last is 647.5, 648. So those are some good buys there. 643, 644, 647.9, 645. Now we're at 649. And they're going to try to hold it here. You can see very clearly they have an agenda, and that is to hold this thing at 650, folks. And they've now bought, if you will, or sold. You can see the dark area means sold a lot of shares there at 650. They have dumped out share after share. Almost 1 million of them have been sold to the bid, the dark area. And now they're going to try to hold it there again. They've already sold almost 1 million shares at that price to make it stay down here. And now, how are they going to hold it there? How are they going to hold it there now? Got 9,100 that want to buy here. They throw in a KY flag, a half a cent away. There's the KY flag right there. 648.5. Desperation starting to kick in. They're going to try and do anything to hold this thing under 650, folks. But there's 10,000 that want to buy here. 7,000 want to sell. GTM. All right. Now let's go look back at my PLBY. Oh my gosh. And look at this thing still somehow just hovering here, just sitting on the top number here, ready to break above this. Amazing. It's just been sitting there. And I'm seeing people move numbers up here. They're moving their numbers up. I just saw several orders move up here. Interesting. You're watching the video explaining my strategy. I'm definitely taking a look at LIMN here. Look at that chart now. LIMN. Trying for 133 on LIMN. I'm going to come in and buy some there. Buy at market. Down 6.5%. Down 6.8. And I'm looking at LIMN here, folks. Look at how much it's down right now. Look at the percentage drop. 6.89. 6.89. 6.75. 6.55. 689.66. 689.66 is the deepest drop. 689.66 is the deepest drop. 630. 689.66. 632. Man, you're not going to get much between 630 and 632. There was the 689.66 again. There, almost got it again. Looking for 689.66. There it is. I bought it. And I just bought it at 135.5. I'm buying LIMN 688.97. 689.66. There it is again. 134.87 I got. Review order. Down 7% now. 724. Come in for 133 price. They're looking for a 133 or a 131 buy, 130. 689 again, 724. I wonder if we'll see a 777 down. They probably got some people doing the calculations, doing the math right now, how to get it down 777. And put that number out. 133 will be 777. 133, folks. Looking for a 133 buy. 758 is the highest drop. 751 is now the highest drop. Watching this very closely. 758, there it is again. 134, huh? I'm just going to buy it there. I don't care. That's close enough to 133. I got 134.89, and I've already got a 134.87. I'm going to duplicate this again. Review order. Solidly looks like the bottom here. No interest in getting it down 13 cents. I would have thought for sure they'd go for 13 cents down. There's 12 I bought right there. And I'm looking for 13 cents down. I just got 133.88. Nice. 133.88. Review order. I love it. 133.88. Let's see if we can get a 131 in here. $793, the lowest now. Uh-oh, back in the sixes now, folks. Oh, I just saw the fours. Someone's buying here, folks. Someone's coming in. And I just bought it 134.75. Review order. Now down only 6.89, 621. Someone's buying here, folks. 641. No more sevens here, folks. No more sevens. 622. Looking for high sixes or low sevens if I can get it right now. 689, I'll buy that. Got 134.5. LIMN. And look at that percentage. 68966 724 again. 724 is the deepest down. 690. 724 690. 68966 again. What do you know? 724 758. Watching it closely, folks. 758. Here comes a 724. Then a 758 we should see now. 724. There, 712. Where's that 724? That's a new number there. That's a tweener, baby. 758, 757. Nothing you can get between 75793 and 758, folks. I just bought it at 134.5. Somebody wants this here. Review order. 748 now. 724. Oh boy, 697 now. 72414. Somebody wants us 75862 again. Nothing new about that. Huh. 793 now. Coming back for 133 effort. Trying to get that 133 one last time, I guess. They're sure trying. Down 1101. I cannot believe that they have not taken this thing down 13 cents. And honestly can't believe they're having so much trouble getting it down 13 cents. But they are, folks. They're having trouble getting it down 13. I've only seen it tap 12 twice. There it is again. But where's the 13 cents down? Come on, market makers. Show that power. One more penny, market makers, and you'll have it down 13 whole cents. Yay. That scary 13, Savannah. And I'm just waiting to buy it. But it looks to me like somebody has just decided that 133 is the place to accumulate as much as they can. They do not even care about getting the 13 cents, apparently. And seeing a 133.2. $827. Interesting number. Here they go. 1237 now. They're almost there. 896. Come on, I'm going to buy there. I'm just going to buy at the 1201. I don't care. 132.86 I got. Market review order. 8.62% down now. 8.2828. 8.96% down. Looking for a 9% down here at the 131. 9 plus down. LIMN. And if you buy here, you will not be buying alone. Down 8.39. 8.62. 8.95. And we're going to go for 13 cents down. 12.99 right now down. 12.99 going for 13 cents. And there it is. I'm going to buy there. 132.5. Thank you very much. Duplicate order, review order. Down 8.96 now. 841, huh? 896 to 841, huh? And then 862. And then 833, huh? 877. Look at that percentage down. 127224. I just bought it down 8.96%. 132.5. That's me buying there, folks. LIMN. You've watched me buy this on the bottom every single day, folks. You've watched me buy this on the bottom every day. Every day when they run it down, you've watched me do this same thing. I just watch it and I watch it and I watch it. It's down 13 cents now. Oh, yeah, 13. Yay, they celebrate. Pop their champagne. They're all celebrating. They got it down 13 cents. Yay, they're all buying in. 13 cents down. They bought. Now it's all over. Nothing to see here. LIMN, they got their entry. They got it. 132.5 I got again there. Nice. Duplicate. And as you can see, what is the coincidence that it's just sitting there 13 cents down? Or that it was for just about a minute or two, 13 cents down. What was the coincidence of that, do you think, that they had it down 13 cents? Now it's down only 83103. 83310, now down 8.96. Same thing we've seen already. 13 cents down. Oh, it's just so scary. Fear, 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 folks. Fear is what they reside on. 13 cents down. All by design, folks. All by design. There you go. 13 cents. 89655. Uh-oh. $12.99. What's that bullshit? Where's the 13? What's that $12.99? Huh. There it is. There's that 13. Wonder how long you can hold that number. Here we go. This is the stock we're on. LIMN. There it is. And there is the bottom where it just reached. 289,000 shares traded there. And the very bottom, 82,000 shares was all there was at 132. And folks, you have 20,000 share bid order right here at 131. 20,500. And you've got 3,000 that want to sell at 133. Folks, there is no freaking way this falls any further than 131. All right. And she's bouncing off this now. Good luck holding it there. And, folks, the dark areas of these candlesticks, there's none. I don't see any dark area here. All these are buying on the ask. Every one of these are being bought on the ask right here. I don't see any dark areas on these candlesticks. Up here, this was sold on the bid. Sold the dark area, sold on the bid, sold on the bid, that dark area. Down here, there's no dark, folks. It's all being bought. It's all being bought by somebody. I don't know who the hell's buying it all, but somebody's buying all of it, folks, and they're buying it on the ask. They don't even give a shit about the bid. They're buying on the ask. Every share being bought now. LIMN. There's the chart. And what you see there is a big old 20-minute satchel, baby. A 20-minute satchel. And here come the buys now coming in. That's it, folks. A 20-minute hairy satch. And now you're going to watch this thing go right on up. LIMN. There it is. Look at that fleece out. Look at that fleece out right there where I just bought. Wow. The ticket here is LIMN. LIMN. And listen, I didn't just buy all that down there by myself. There's a lot of green candlesticks down here because they believe, like I believe, that this thing is being totally manipulated. So there's a lot of buyers here coming in with me. Right? There's a lot of buyers here. Market makers just trying to shave this thing completely bald at 132, 133. Last time it hit 132, it came down off of 180s. Well, it just came down off of 158, where I sold it at 157. Sold it at 153, 54, 155, 156. I sold 157. I told you guys to sell there because those numbers are all on my buy-sell sheet. Somebody says, I feel like it's going to keep dropping down. Well, it isn't. This is all over. There's no more of that bull crap. This is buying now. All buying here, buying here. And she's rising. You can see that right there. She's rising. And this is LIMN, everyone. Yep. Quadruple fleecing. Yep. She's going, man. She's going right now. You can clearly see it. She is on her way, folks. And I want you guys to do me a favor. I got to go get some more coffee. And I will be back here in just a little bit. I want to grab some grapes and some stuff to munch on. Bo D, please, says, I didn't sell enough. Yep. Wendy, you paying attention? Yeah. So right here, folks, this stock here is LIMN. LIMN. And I think it's a good buy right here. I could be wrong, but I got some shares lower than where it is, and it looks like it's still rising. LIMN, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to play you another one of my songs on my playlist. I hope you like this song while I'm gone. And I will be back here in just a little bit. And hopefully you will be enjoying some of my music here. And we're going to start off with an instrumental called Stars. And I will be back here in just a bit. All right? Hold on. All right, here we go. This song is called Stars. And a little bit of sax playing by me.
Do not get a consolidation loan until you see this.
Please hold on. It's going to take
about getting a consolidation.
about 5 minutes. Be back in about 5 minutes, folks, hopefully.
Communicate in English easily. Use Grammarly and feel confident with effective communication. Grammarly's instant corrections make your writing high quality and mistake-free, so you can focus on saying what you mean. Grammarly ensures you communicate clearly with fluency suggestions tailored specifically for you.
All right, let's go to the next song.
90% of multilingual speakers using Grammarly report that.
Sorry, guys. I'll be right back. Give me another 3 or 4 minutes. I'll be right back.
Eternal today, he was walking so slowly as he made his way down the middle to two-way highway that runs through the woods, and I'd stop and save him if I only could. But the traffic was busy with cars close behind. No chances of making it didn't seem fine. So I said a prayer for that turtle. Yeah, I said a prayer for the turtle. Yeah, I prayed all the drivers behind me would blind, see him and swerve just to make sure he'd find safe passage and crossing, traveling on with a future in the forest and cool tips in a pond. I said a prayer for that turtle today, and I pray that he made it safely. Yeah, I said a prayer for that turtle today, and I pray he survived and somehow stay alive. Yeah, I said a prayer for a turtle today. I said a prayer for a turtle. So headed home with my load, I was dreading the sight of him there in the road. Was my prayer for him answered, or was his life lost? Oh my God, there he is, going right back across. And oh yeah, my friends, I did again. Yeah, I said a prayer for the turtle. I said a prayer for the turtle. Here we go. The song's called Drive to You. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, just waiting, and knowing you time. The telephone is so close, but you are so far
You're listening to the music of me way back when. There I am, folks, on a stage in Orlando, Florida. And look at that hair, people. That was me, ladies and gentlemen, way back when in the year 1992, 93. Take a look at this stock with the music playing, LIMN. There she goes. Yes. Yes, incredible guitar and saxophone. Do you play anything else, Catfish? Yep, I play the drums, I play the piano, I play all saxophones, all woodwind instruments. I can play the flute, the clarinet. And right now we're going to play a song. You were looking for a buy with Catfish tie, and then you saw why we buy on the nutsack. On the nutsack, baby. We buy that nutsack, baby. Well, they ran this LIM in down today. Just like they run them down every day. But we all know this is a silly game they play. Ran it down to the low. Oh, that's when she blows. That's where we go. We buy the nutsack. Yeah, we don't mess around when she comes way down. We like to buy it, and yeah, it's a fact. See, the nutsack is a very hairy place where we all buy together. We buy that nutsack, baby. We buy the nutsack. Nutsack. They are when they attack. Nutsack. Oh, yeah, it's a fact. Kissing and a hugging, taking and a loving, wearing next to nothing 'cause it's hot as an oven and the whole tank shimmies. Oh, the whole tank shimmies. Yeah, the whole tank shimmy. All the places smashing around, round and around and around. Yeah, the nutsack is a very, very hairy place where we all buy together. We buy that nutsack, baby. We buy the nutsack, nutsack, very hairy sack. Oh yeah, it's a sack when it's scary out. Say what? Shorts got busted. Everybody's moving, everybody's grooving, baby. Everybody's singing, everybody's loving, baby. Everybody knows it. She blows on the nutsack. Everybody knows. Look where she goes when she blows. After we buy in the nutsack. Oh, yeah. That's for the hardcore fans that I have. I'm here to entertain. The truth is, 240, all right, let's push it on up. We'll play another song. After a while, we'll let the effects of this one hit. I think it needs to be defended right now. As it crosses the 50, they're probably going to try to come at it here, try to circumvent that. But I think she's breaking the 50, and I think she's going to rise, folks, looking at it. And I like that right there. I like that look. I'm just going to call it as I see it right there. I like the look of this right here. And nice little satchel right there to pick up on. Now, let's take a look at some other stocks. Just I have compulsion to do every once in a while. SIDU. All right? I'm looking at SIDU right here, okay? Now, we've had some other stocks called out recently. I want to look at MSTU. CDU looks good. MSTU. Let's go look at it. Oh, yeah. Looks very good. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's try another little song. You look and you'll see. Think you'll agree with me when I say I see a kissing ET. That's what it looks to me like. What I see is a kissing ET for you and for me. A kissing ET. That's what I see. I'm broke too, man. Broke as shit. Yeah, the shoe fits, and I feel like I just stepped in it, if you know what I mean. But I just seen a kissing ET. That's what I see. Check it out. There's no doubt his lips are forming. You can tell. It can smell. The shits are running. Don't let it get you down when you're down on your luck. Just realize it's all part of your life. You gotta have strife in your life. Here comes our Savior. I look and I see. I can see this one's behavior, and it looks plain to me. It's a kissing ET that I see right here. I can see kissing ET. Can't you see a kissing AT? I'm sorry about one of these notes being out of tune so bad, too. It's horrible. I'm sorry. That one. There. You can't even imagine where the pain goes when there's no place left to store all the hurt and all the pain. All that I've done for you. Loneliness is something I've never known. When it strikes, it's a mighty blow straight through the heart. With all the hurt and all the pain, all that I've done for you. Loneliness is something I've never known. When it strikes, it's a mighty blow straight through the heart. One of my songs, written with me and a partner friend of mine about back in young days when I was in the late 20s, early 30s. His name was Daryl, and I changed this song a lot, obviously, but he is the one that came up with the original, and I threw in a bridge in the middle and I put in different lyrics. But he liked the way it turned out when I did it, and so he gave me permission to play it for you. And there's a kissing ET I see. So you can see right here, a kissing ET. Oh, yeah. I called it out. I called it out a little bit ago. There it is. Kiss it, baby. Kiss it goodbye. You know, it's kind of interesting because I just say, kiss it goodbye. Kiss it goodbye. Okay? This is MSTU. 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 And Let me see if I can pick up some MSTU. MSTU, T-Rex. Buy. $10 shares. Review order. Place it. All right. And I just picked it up at $571. I just kissed at $571. I gave it a $571 kiss. I'm going to buy it again now. And I want to buy at $566. And I'm not going to get greedy. I'm just going to put in $567. Review order and place it. And then I want to come in at $568. Review order and place it. Now I want to come in and I'm buying this stock, folks, MSTU. I'm buying it right there, coming off of that kissing the ET. That's what I'm buying right there. So I've got 567, 568. I'm going to come in again, duplicate order. It's down 1.55%. There should be no real resistance to it going up. I'm going to come in 569 now. Place an order at 569. And this is why I'm buying it here, folks. Okay? My term for this is called a kissing ET. Okay? And often you see a very nice springboard off of a 200-day moving average rising at this degree and angle. Okay? So that's why I'm suggesting you might want to pick up, like me, 10 shares. I just bought at 171. And now I got an order in at 571, and I've got an order in at 567, 68, 69. And I'm going to duplicate this order I got at 571, and I'm going to try to buy 570, 10 at 570. Review order and place it. And I'm coming in on MSTU, folks. Now, I'm currently holding 10 shares. And I want to hold more. So I'm going to buy. MSTU is a leveraged and inverse ETP. It is most appropriate for advanced traders and carries increased risk, including the potential loss of your entire investment. Okay, this is a warning about this stock if you decide to buy into it. And I am not a financial advisor, but this is kissing the ET, folks. And I'm going to take the risk. $20 shares, market, review order. And it is currently, as you can see, look at the amount it's down. It's down 1.37 is the most it's down right now. 1.37%, 1.3793. It's down 8 cents, folks. 8 cents. 1.3793, 8 cents down. And now I'm looking at 1.2069 and 1.21. You really can't get much in between there, and it's 7 cents down now. 12069 and 146. Down now 146. Watch it closely, folks. I like to buy the 72. Now, that being said, it was already lower, and it was down to 566. They just took it down to 566. You can see right here, folks. This is what I'm on here. MSTU. Now down 1.4655%. And one thing I'm not seeing is a lot of heavy ticking on this, okay? So there's not 137 now. 136, 137. MSTU. I happen to know though 72 is the number that they like to sell and stop but yeah, they're collecting here, so I'm going to place this order right now. Pardon me. I just bought T-Rex. And folks, I'm gently entering that. I'm not doing a lot of shares on that. Okay? I'm not going to do a whole lot of shares on this. But this was one that was called out, and that is called Kissing the ET right there, folks. And I like to buy on the Kissing ET. I just do. When I see that right there, that's where I like to come in. And I told you about this before. And now it'll go up, and then you just got to know where to get out of the dang thing. Okay? Now you just have to judge, okay, well, how much did it go from right there to right there? How much was that climb? You know, what was that one? You know, from this one here, and that price right there, from 546, how much did it go from this price? And I don't know why that sling slid off on me. 540. From 540, it went up to what? $0.10. 10-cent move, then about a 4-cent pullback. And then another, and this was about a 13-cent move, I bet you. Maybe even 20. What was this one here? That price was 546. What did it go up to? Right there was the first resistance right there, 546, and it went to there. 546, and it went to, see, 13 cents basically. 559 would have been 13 cents. Then it had a little pullback down to here, and then it went up from there. How much? 555. I'm guessing 563 here. I'm just going by the 5-day, just the turquoise 5-day. 564. I miss it by a penny. 9 cents up, folks. 9 cents up. And here again, you got a 10-cent right here. 10-cent move, I guarantee. Look at that right there. 557. And I bet you this is 566 right here. Oh, dang. Oh, my goodness gracious. You calling a cocky gator, eh? No, that's a kissing AT, my friend. I tell you, Well, that's a kissing AT, and I told you to kiss it goodbye when it was right there. I told you goodbye. Goodbye is what I said to you. Might get the triple upside crossover on the 1 minute for LIMN. Well, I like this MSTU. It crossed right over 572. I'm going to come in at 5 under it at 573. I see it's almost gone green now. It was down 13 cents when I was buying it. Now it's down 4. Let's just put some buy pressure on them. This is the stock I'm buying, MSTU. Now there's a warning about this. There's a warning about this says MSTU is a leveraged and inverse ETP. It is most appropriate for advanced traders and carries increased risk, including the potential loss of your entire investment. That's the warning to trade this stock, okay? So you've been warned, but I'm going to trade it. And I see that it was just driven down, and it was down when I was buying it. You saw how much it was down, and it's about to go green. And right now, in fact, the deepest drop is just 0.6368. So I'm just waiting to hawkishly buy this again here when it's the deepest drop, like I did just before. There's a 6914, 68 to 6914. Folks, what are you going to put in between a percentage of 0.68 and 0.66914? There's no room, folks. Now it's down 72% most. I'm watching it very closely. This is MSTU. It's down the most, not 17%, 0.17. Just watch it. Watch what it's doing. MSTU. Yep, Piyush, I got you. Yep, Piyush, 1850 now to 22. Yep, I told you on that day when you bought it, I showed everybody the chart back all the way on April the 7th of last year. I showed everybody the stock was at 888 a share, 860 to be exact. And I showed everybody that. I said, hey, look, the last time the market panicked like it's doing today, SoFi was driven down from the 11s to 860. And if you bought 860, then after that, 1 month later, in 1 month, the thing had gone all the way up to 13 plus. And the same thing could apply now, I told everybody, when it was down in the 18s. I said, buy SoFi. Now, I'm looking at this MSTU, and I see an effort to, now they kissed the ET here. Now they're going to try to kiss the 50, the ET here. They're going to try to kiss this 50 day. There it is. Kissing the 50 day now. First, they made an attempt to kiss the 200 right there. Kissing ET, it came all the way down, and there's where its lips were right there. That close together. And now they're here kissing on the 50 day, okay? And this candlestick just engulfed all of this prior BS. So it's back-to-back sells, all right, exceeding the buy levels. They're throwing out sell orders exceeding the buy demand rate. And so right now they're dumping shares out at a faster rate than the demand is coming in to make it fall. So they're just going to dump out some shares and try to get it down to close to the 200 and kiss the ET one more time. It's going to be a happy afternoon of kissing the ET once right there, and now kissing the ET right here, this far away from the ET's lips. Look at that. Look at the distance away from the rising 200's lips. And look at the distance away now from the rising 200. Just another kissing ET effort. And by the way, this was a very aggressive effort where they worked it down, worked it down, worked it down, worked it down. Finally got them all fleeced out, everybody out of it. Then they run it up over, give the people the false incentive. Hey, it's a crossover of the 50-day. It's going to take off like a banshee. Get in, get in. And then they say, we got all these shares that we've been buying and accumulating, and now we're going to sell them on you. So they just sell them and sell them and sell them and get it way back down here, right in the middle, right in the sweet spot again, right here. Boom, right there. Nutty. Nutville. There's going to be a nice symmetrical pair here, folks. We're looking for symmetry. We want to see right now this be symmetrical. And they're working on it. They're trying here. But I want you to see. Look at the depth that this made this fall, the 5-day. Look how far it fell right there. That big candlestick, the same size candlestick you see here. And I want you to see where it fell from. It went from 571 down to 2 cents, folks. This is 2-cent drop. This is probably a 3-cent drop right here. And here they come, kissing the ET again. Here they worked it down and gave it a little kiss here, ran it up over the 50, and then came down one more kiss goodbye. They're trying to really, they missed ET so bad they had to return and get one more. I've been having a lot of fun printing money on TE. Good. All right. Well, it's bouncy bounce time right here, right off this kiss. Kiss it goodbye, folks. And this is MSTU, and I'm going to buy it right now. Place my order with it down 1.89%. Now, I'm not suggesting you buy into this unless you want to take the risk. And my first buy on it was at 567. Then I got 568, 569, and now I just got 56966. Okay? So I've been getting every one of the orders to fill here at optimum lows. And I'm watching MSTU now driven down to an equal low as they just did before. Right there to right there where I just bought. Now, will it bounce? The first time it bounced here, it never even got to the 200. Here, it certainly is going to bounce off the 200. I mean, come on. Here, it didn't even get to the 200 and bounce previous. Here, they've got to it and goodbye. Yep. Kiss it goodbye, folks. And I just bought it at 568, 569, 567. The most I paid was 10 shares at 572. And right now, I picked up those shares at 567, 569, 568. But we'll see what happens. It's a risk, folks. Like I said, you could lose everything. So don't take the risk if you can't afford to lose it all. But right now, I see the amount down is 1.98%. Watching it very closely, down 1.98%. And this stock has made some nice springs, okay? And I want to show you what I mean by that right here. And every time here, folks, it's made some nice springs. Boing, 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 okay? And just now it was up here, and they just brought it down to where the high was before. You see that? The turquoise 5-day line, folks, was right here. Look where it just reached right now. It's at the same point. It's the same level right now. This thing could break away, folks, because it's had one 5-day turquoise line terminated there. Then the second one was terminated there. And the third one, they just tried to terminate again right there. And they're using a lot of sales here. The sellers are outweighing. Early this morning, the buyers far outweighed. The sellers are currently, over the last 3 hours, have been hounding on this thing to pull it in, to reel it down, trying to reel it down, folks. But what it's doing instead is it's building a freaking shoulder right there, my friends. This is building a shoulder right here, right now. And look at that freaking 45 coming off the 50. Look at the turn upwards. Look at the turn upwards on this one. Look at this turning up. Folks, I'm telling you, watch out for this one at MSTU. Now, again, there's a warning about trading on it, but I want you to know. Buru's taking off. Well, it needs some news. I don't see anything moving that up. I say no way. Hey, EVTV, baby. There was the Vaggie this morning, and look at her popping over the freaking 10-day now. EVTV. Now, I'm not saying there's a lot of volume on this, but for some reason, on very little volume, it's making a nice substantial climb right this moment. EVTV. They've been hovering around this thing at 208 for a week almost. They got to run it up, folks. They need to make money on it. They're going to run it up. They're going to excite people again on this and run it up. Could be start right now. I don't know. Looks pretty good right there. SIDU looks good here. Today, earlier, I taught everybody how to do what's called mirror trading and how to put your sell orders in at all these levels here, because the same way that they drop this stock down is the same way it will rise. And so what I tried to show people is when they dropped it down, there was levels of resistance there. There was a level of resistance right there. I should put another line in there. But you can see I dropped it in right there at the bottom of that line right there. You really should raise that up. That resistance level should be moved up a little bit to right there. All right, just so you know it. This needs to be moved up to right there. There. That's more in line with where it's going to be. On that blue line is where I like to usually put my markers. But you can see, folks, where the resistance levels are and where you should be selling on the way back up when this starts to climb. The same way it fell is the same way it will rise. All right? It's called mirror trading, everyone. Be careful with PLUG because my experience over the years has been it cannot hold a gain. Now I know that about 8 months ago or a year ago they got a new CEO, and boy did they need to. They needed a new CEO because that guy Steve Marsh they had was not good for them. He was not good for their company at all. He did not have any. I mean, I can't imagine him being in a war situation and trying to inspire anybody at all because he could not do it. He'd be telling you, "All right, guys, we got a big problem on our hands, but we're going to overcome this problem with." I can just imagine him. He was just something else to listen to talk when he talked, folks. Steve Marsh. Serious. Just listening to any announcement he made that tried to sound any positive was like he was just prying it out of his mouth. So anyway, here we are, folks, looking at this stock SIDU. And I do like the way it's starting to look right now. Of course, they're going to try to dissuade you at a certain line. And look at that. There's one of my sell lines right there. You see that? There's where my line is, where you should have sold right there. There's just one of them, and boom, look at them pull it down off of that. Isn't that perfect? Right off that line I have there. They yanked it down straight off of it. They're probably using my dang charts here, folks. Maybe I should take them all off so they don't know. But anyway, that's SIDU right now. I want to take a look over here at PLBY. Whoa, yeah. PLBY. Sweet. Oh, I had a feeling it was going to go over that 250, folks. I told you I thought it would. Up 16%. Congratulations, anybody that held on to that with me. But I am up right now $161 on that PLBY. And right now I see it's at 569. So I'm going to, folks, I'm going to buy it up to where my sells are. Okay? And this is let me take a look at this. 240, 647, on PLBY. Okay, let me look at all these stocks. I'm going to look at EVTV. And I really like the look of that right there. That looks good. EVTV 208, man. Jeez, oh, Pete, just look at how long they've held this at 208, folks. 208, people, the number to accumulate, trade. But I don't want to get on one that's sitting and accumulating. I want to get something on the move. So I want to go back here and take a look at something here in just a moment. But I am going to sell some of this Playboy. I'm up very nicely on it, and I'm going to sell it right now. I'm up 17%. I've got 360 shares. I'm going to try to help it when I go out by selling at 250, which is over. And that's going to be good till cancel plus extended. Well, I'll just do it day. And sell, limit 251. $50 shares. Place. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, I am selling my PLBY. Here's what it looks like right now on the chart. We bought this yesterday, and at least I know some of you bought this with me yesterday, and so I'm selling it up here, very close to the high. I'm going to sell it hopefully at the high of the day. I think it could go up to 255 at least. So I'm going to sell 50 shares at limit 255. And it may springboard even higher than that. But I got 360 shares, and I'm up very nicely on it right now. So I'm going to try to go out first at 254 and 255. And I've already noticed, because of a lot of shares that I've been trying to sell lately on these stocks that are on the run, it's a lot of times they'll only sell me two. They'll only fill two of my sell order numbers. I put in 30 or 40 shares, and they'll do 2 of 30 sold. Two shares, folks. By the way, listen, guys, you have to understand something. The stocks that I have on my long sheets are the stocks you should hold long. The stocks that people call out here daily, these are not longs. These are not longs. They're get in and get out. Okay? You can't afford, unless you can afford to take the risk because you've made so much over the last 6 months that you don't really care. That's fine. You don't have to sell, but they're day trade stocks, folks. That's what you have to understand. They're day trade stocks. The longs that are on my long sheet over here, those are not day trade stocks. Those are the ones I'm long on. These here that I'm long on that are on this list. These are the ones I'm long on. If you want this list, I'll send it to you if you come in as a Goliath level member. And I'll send it to you if you come in as a monster level, but you'll only be able to view it on the monster level. Goliath levels can get in and change the data. Goliath level members can get in and add their own stuff to their own spreadsheets. But also the Goliath level members get these awesome candlesticks I have. But understand something. These stocks that we day trade, like Playboy, they're not to hold long. The only reason I held that long yesterday as an exception is because, well, there's two reasons. One, I can afford to, okay? I can afford to hold on to it. If it goes down, I'm not worried. I made so much on the ONDS last month and off of several other stocks that I don't care if I take a hit every once in a while. So I can afford to hold on to it. But number two, I held on to it because I had a gut instinct. I had a feeling that that news was bigger than what it had made a move on, and I had a feeling that it was very big news, and that it was carried more weight and more value. And of course, then it did. It did. It was. I said yesterday when I bought it, I thought it would take a little while for that news to be absorbed into the market. That's what I said. So where does LIMN lie on this? Well, this is the exact same thing. It's a day trade stock. If yesterday you got in on it and it went all the way up and you sold it, then great. When they dropped it down, you tried to buy the bottom. Maybe you didn't get the bottom. Maybe it went up a little and head faked you and then they dropped it more. But that's why even when you got the first quote unquote bottom, you didn't go in with thousands of dollars. You went in and bought a little bit of your cash. You just put a little bit in. And then you waited and watched it and went a little further down and you're like, okay, now it's getting to a number on Catfish's buy-sell sheet and he's buying some here. But he's not buying a lot, so I probably shouldn't buy a lot either. So I'll just buy 10 shares or I'll buy 5 or. So this is a very cautious atmosphere we need to be in this market. Especially when you're trading on very, very volatile stocks, you have to be cautious. You have to be like a stealthy hunter in the woods. You can't just jump out in the woods and tromp around banging with your sword, with your gun and making a bunch of noise. You're not going to get anything that way. You got to be careful and cautious and quiet. Move slowly and softly. Your advances need to be in inches to go undetected. Yes, that's what I had to learn the hard way. Yes. Everybody eventually learns that lesson the hard way. All right. LIMN's at 127. Thank you. Yep, I'm watching it. I got it right here in front of me. And I'm probably going to buy some here. But before I buy it, I'm going to do some research. Just give me a moment here. All right, I'm coming in. It's not incomprehensible. It was already down 12% earlier today. Okay. Now 11.71. I've seen that earlier today as well. So I'll come in, review order. I'm ready to place it. 11.71.72, the deepest drop. And earlier it was down 13 cents. And And now they've got it down $16.99. But I'm watching it very closely. They have now verified 1.5. What do you think about Netflix? Whoa! Buy Ms. Catfish a nice rose for Valentine's Day. All right. Nice. Thank you very much. Piyush Bhakta. Piyush Bhakta. You go at the top of the list, the drawing. Nice. We just completed one whole side and then had to add you. You just started at the top of the next one. So thank you very much. And that reminds me, I need to put Jay on here. For becoming a Goliath member. Jay, thank you very much for becoming a member at the Goliath level. And I sent you all of your spreadsheets showing my longs, my dividend-paying stocks, and my day-traded stocks. And here's what I got to show you right now, folks. Take a look at what I got to show you here. This is LIMN. Now, the only thing I have to show you here is that this very price where we just tapped onto is the bottom of a 5-day moving average once before. The 5-day stopped right there at that number. And it really, it stopped here once before. See the 5-day? Look at the turquoise line, folks. It's the turquoise line there. The turquoise 5-day line. See the bottom of it there? It's right there, folks. And that's where this is now. The turquoise 5-day is right there at the same point. I'm just showing you this. You can do whatever you want with the information I show you, but that turquoise 5-day was down here. And by the way, right here, it was right below the 50-day average when the 5-day was there. Look over here. The 50-day average is way the hell up here now. So this is a very significant mash down to get it that far below the 50-day, folks, today. That's a wretched wrench them out. Root them out. Uproot all the longs there. Get them all out. All weekends must come out. Right there at that number, that was the low. Right there where that 5-day stopped falling. That was the low today. Right there. Where that 5-day stopped falling right there. And where this 5 days little candlestick stopped there. Same point. Same point. So I show you this so you can understand these aren't just random numbers where it stops falling and then turns and bounces, folks. A lot of times it has to do with the past. And you need to learn that, okay, when you're trading. These are points of resistance, folks. And there they were again. And I'm looking at the 5-day, the turquoise right here. And I see the same thing right there. They haven't even gotten to that one, folks. They have not regained that 5-day there. They didn't do it just now, not yet anyway. They haven't yet. They may be going for that. But I'm showing it to you for a reason, folks. You can do with the information whatever you want. Now, that being said, what happens if it doesn't bounce off this number like it did right there? Well, then it's going to this one, okay? If it doesn't bounce off this number right here, like it did there, okay, then it's going to go all the way down to this number right here. That's your next buy at the bottom of this little candlestick right there. That's where it's going. Your next buy should be there, folks. 126. All right? But based on the previous 5-day stoppage right there and right there, and that would be a pair of tatas right there. And then that it planed off right there a little bit. This is their goal. That was their goal right there. They got it. A midday goal right there. Lunchtime low, baby, right there. Lunchtime low. Lunchtime low. All right. Now, let's go look at a longer term chart, the 1 year. All right. There's the 1 year chart. Let's look at that up close. Oh, nice. 45 coming up over the 50 on the 1 year chart. And look at all the negative selling volume. Look how much they've sold. And then just the littlest bit to try to hold it down with now. No vim nor vigor. Just a little bit of vinegar on it to keep working it down. To keep souring it. They're just splashing a little bit of vinegar on it now. Yep. They're trying to sour its taste, everybody. That's what they're doing. Here they used a lot of douses of vinegar right there, and they covered it with something nobody wanted. But now they just got this little bit of vinegar they're trying to hold this with. Rationing their vinegar, folks. Now, I would like to look at this rather than on this term here. I'd like to change this a little bit and go from the 1 year, 1 day and change that. And I'm going to come over here to the time frame and change it from 1 year, 1 day to 1 year. I guess all it gives me is the day option. That's kind of too bad. I was hoping to get some hours. But that would override the system's ability, probably. But anyway, let's try to go to the 20-day. And here's the 20-day chart right now on this stock. LIMN. There it is. There's the 20-day. And at lunch, they shoved the price down below the 200 right at lunchtime. They got the low of the day there. That's it. All right, good. Goody. And they sold in the first hour. Then they reduced their numbers of sales by a third in the second hour. Then they cut the number of shares they sold in half from the first. They went to half that amount. And then they cut that in half again that they sold. So they start with heavy selling. They moderately sell. They sell even less, and then they sell even less at lunchtime to work that thing down to right below the 200 where they got the smallest amount of volume they're using. To get the low, they use the smallest amount, folks. This is not some kind of hysterical sell-off you're looking at. This is not a massive panic sell. Do you understand? I'm sure you do. Look at the volume down there. Does it look like some sort of a massive panic sell-off with huge candlesticks? Like there? Okay, does it look anything like that? I mean, look at all that massive number of sells to stop the thing from going absolutely ballistic. There are a lot of eyes on this stock, folks. And there are probably a lot of surprises yet to come. And I'm just going to go with my gut feeling about that. And can't resist. I'm placing my order right now. And the order that I just filled at is going to be right here. And by the way, I just filled a bunch of orders of MSTU at 568 and 567. I tried to get it at 566, but I did get some shares of MSTU at 567, 568. It is now at 573.99, 574. And there's a warning about buying this stock being a warning about it, okay, when you get in on this. So just make sure that it says you can lose everything on this stock. It tells you that on there. MSTU. So if you don't have it to lose, don't put it out there. All right. Now, PLBY. I'm trying to sell that at 251, 250, 254. I want to take a look at PLBY here. This is PLBY right here. There it is. And I'm looking at the time frame here is 20-day, 1 hour. Now let's go to the 5-day. Okay? 5-day chart. Look at the triple upside crossover right there. Boom. Then the squash down to the accumulate on the rising 45 and 50, which always is a nice place to get in. Talk about kissing ET right here. Look how long they hung around kissing. Right here, kissing ET, folks. Kiss it goodbye. Now the drop will be down here, and they'll kiss the 10-day. Try to get the 5 to kiss the 10, and then off she goes again. Yep. Right here, folks. 5 kisses the 10, and then off she goes again. Because of this rising 45 off the 50 and the rising, ever-rising 200. 5 kisses the 10, and then the fun begins. This is on PLBY, folks. And I also want to take a look here. PLBY, I want to look at the volume. Okay? And right here you can see yesterday 20 million shares traded on the news of them getting $122 million coming to them by selling off portion of their empire. I think the news is they sold off a portion of their empire to China, a company in China, or their China division or something. They sold it to a Chinese entity, I believe. Says here, Playboy signs $122 million deal with United Trademark Group to accelerate the growth of its Chinese business. Should you buy Playboy after a golden cross? Isn't it funny that I just called that out, that it was a golden cross? I just called it out. Yep, look, there's a golden cross, and look what it did. Shareholders in Playboy have lost 89% as stock drops 11% this past week. Well, they sure turned that around on a dime. And right now, you can see what it's doing. And there's been an attempt to hold it here, 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 hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it here. Damn it, there's hold it here is what they've been trying to do. Can you see it? Why? Why? Because the options, folks, options don't want to pay out over 250. They're not going to let this thing close over 250 a share, folks. It's done. If it does, I'll be shocked. So, for that reason, I'm going to go over here and sell it. And I'm going to go to trade order status. And I'm going to go over here to my highest order, which is at 255. And I'm going to change that. And I do not like to usually sell out and hurt my stock, so I try to go out higher than the price. So I've got my sell orders already in here at higher numbers, trying to achieve 250, 51, 54, 55. But I need to move while I'm up $200 on this. Okay, I made a nice 17% gain today on these. Not to mention, yesterday I bought them on the lows, as you already know. So I bought them on the lows yesterday, and now I got a 17% gain. And I'm going to bank it, folks. All right? That's what I'm going to do. So I'm selling here. Review order, and I'm going to go out 248. I'm going to go out 248. I'm going to change this order to 248. And we'll see if anybody wants to take 88 shares from me at 248. If they do, at that time, I'll be up a couple hundred. And we'll just see what transpires. And I'm not in a hurry to sell, okay? I'm not in a big hurry to sell. We got plenty of time left in this day yet. But I have been waiting for 250 for over a half an hour. So I figured I might as well at least get 248. And I see right over here, there are orders filling at 248, okay? So I guess it'll just be a matter of time till they get around to mine and sell it at 248 as well. But I am seeing right now orders filling at 248, which is the asking price. So I can only presume it's probably going to go higher from there. And but I do want to start liquidating my profit here and take some off the table. And if I can do it without hurting the stock, like I said, then I'm going to try to do that. Okay. And we'll see what unfolds this afternoon. But at any rate, right now, it's looking good. And it just filled at 248. And I'm looking at the stock here, PLBY. PLBY. And that was a great call out. Thank you for calling that one out there. And I always try to give credit where credit is due. But on that stock, I did not put out who called it out. So who was it yesterday that called out PLBY? Who was it that called out PLBY yesterday? Does anybody know? I had written down this viewer, Mr. Rager. I think it's actually Mr. Rager. But Vanity Grant, okay. Well, I had you on the one just below it, so I had you on this one down here. I had you on DHX, and so good call out there. Thank you. Thank you for helping me make some money today. And you can see Fed Smoker said Mr. Rager. Well, I had him up here too. So they must have both called it out at the same time because he was right there next to it. Both of them were probably onto it because my viewers are pretty smart. And not to say that there's any problem with two people calling it out, because I know there's a lot of times there's a lot of space between someone bringing my attention to a stock and then a while goes by and then someone else comes in and they might think they're the first one because they didn't look at the chat all up above. So, that's just the way it works. But, so folks, I just got a phone call. Sorry, Catfish and chat, Fed Smoker. No, So, so, yeah, LIMN's putting a hurting on us. Yep. I know it. I feel the pain, but I wanted you to see something. Well, I was trying to show everybody on the longest term chart on it. And I'm going to show you right now. LIMN. Just give me a second here. LIMN. I should just click on this arrow and it'll give it to me. There it is. There she is. All right. So what I was just showing everybody is these areas in the past of resistance to the falls. Okay. And this line where this is now, I'm looking across here and I see several equivalents. One was right here where the 5-day dropped and stopped dropping right there. One was here where the 5-day stopped from rising. All right. One was here where it stopped from falling. One was here where it stopped from falling. And I'm looking over here now, and we're at that point. The 5 days right there, okay? Now, why this is kind of critical is because The 5-day has been here and stopped before falling, and it's been here and stopped and continued to be resilient upwards from there. But now I'm seeing that level right there, which I thought and hoped would hold right there. I thought when it was there, it would hold there because this has been resistance here. This has been resistance here. This has been resistance, 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 resistance. Lots of resistance at that number in the past. But now it broke below that level of resistance right there. And now we're here. So we got to look over. Well, where does that correspond to? The top of the 5-day right there, the turquoise right there. We're right there where that turquoise is. That's where it sits right now. Now, I make no guarantees because I already told people if it fell below this level, then we're going to see this level next. And that's going to be 120 a share, people. And then that'll be the end of it, in my opinion. 120 a share. Look right there. 113 even. What do you say to that, Savannah? 113. Look at that. 113. Twice they got nutsack there on 113. So why not try and do that again? Have it all the way down to where the 200-day was way back then. Now the 200 is way the hell up here. Man, it's not even relative, folks. It's not relative. This price being in this range, listen to what I'm saying. This price being in this range, when before it stopped there on the 5-day once, twice, this price being in this range right here, folks, when here it stopped once, twice, you better look where the 200 was then, way down here. So this price being in this range right now with the 200-day up here is not relative. Understand? This should be here very briefly because the 200 is way the heck up here, folks. Over here, it could stay down here and accumulate because this is where the 200 was. See? Right relative to it. It was relative to it. And as soon as the 200 got up in the middle of that bar coding, it went right on up. So I'm telling you, folks, well, I'm not telling you anything. I'm just suggesting you take a look at this. This is what you should look at. You should look at this. You should ask yourself, okay, let's look at the mirror trading. He showed us how to mirror trade a stock as it goes up. Are they mirror trading this now down? So is mirror trading, is this relative to that? And then when it fell, is that right there relative to that right there? And is this relative to that right there? And is this relative to after there and there to that? Is it relative? Is that relative? Yeah, it's relative. And then so is this right here relative to this right there? Well, hell yeah, it is. Mirror trading, folks. Understand how it works. This is the middle of the mirror. This is relative to that peak. That is relative to that little peak right there. That drop is relative to this one. That pop is relative to that pop. And this pop had a drop here. And what do you know? There's your drop there to the same point. See how it works? And then look at that. Look at that. Oh, all right. I'm just showing you. It's called mirror trading, folks. I could be completely wrong, however. I could be completely wrong. Wow, mirror trading. I learned something today. Yeah. I can show you a lot of mirror trading stocks. Here's one here. Okay. This is the inverse of what I just showed you. This is mirror trading the stock from this being the middle of the mirror right here. And you try to look across these lines for resistance points. And so from here, once we were there, that was here. But from here, this was the next line right here. See how it went from here? And this is the next line up. So I put a line there earlier. And then today, sure as shit, the thing goes right up to that line right there and then falls right there. And it went beyond it here and fell even to here. But that's why I had a line there, folks, because of the history of the past. Mirror trading. So now I have lines at every place where you're going to sell this next. There should be one right here. I don't know why I don't have a line there. There should be a line there. So I can come down here and I can click on this thing here. Click on the line, which is almost the top left. And now I have the line tool, and I'm going to put one in right here. There it is. Sorry about that. I didn't show you how I did that, but I just added this line right here. The second line, I put one in there, right there, because there needed to be one there. So now I can go back over here to the line tool and disengage it and pick the selection tool. There we go. So now I have a line at every point where you should sell it based on the way the stock fell, all right? And this is where your lines are, where you should sell it when it starts rising here through these ranges. Because they were known resistance points here and here, all these points. Yep, a GTM for the last hour since he has a position, but no success. No, I got you right there. All right, I see it. It looks good. All right, yeah, crossover time. Yeah. Not a massive gain on it, but it's going good. Thank you very much for that pick. Thank you, EI Penny. Thank you. I appreciate you doing that, Joey. Are you the one that called that out this morning? That GTM? I mean, dadgum, man, look at that low this morning. 555. Well, I didn't get anywhere near that low. The lowest I got it was 643. Yep, right there. GTM. I was waiting in, getting 643, 644, 644.5, 646. I didn't buy too many shares. I wasn't sure. Wow, 668 now. Nice. I know it was down quite a bit when I bought it. So that was a good call there. This is it right now, what it looks like right now. GTM. Yep. Got in at 580. Nice. Well, it's still rising, folks. And I did sell 88 shares of my Playboy at 248. And now I'm going to try to sell a duplicate order of that at 249. 88 at 249. And actually, I'll do 50 at 249. It won't let me do 88. I'm selling my PLBY. I'm currently up 600, let's see, $122 on that. Now, when I first sold some PLBY, I was up about 200. So it's definitely coming down, or has been here this afternoon a little. But the price right now is 248.5. On my MSTU, I am down $21. And I'm going to show you that stock, MSTU. There it is right there. MSTU, and we talked about mirror trading. This would be the middle of the mirror. This, of course, is that, and that, of course, is that, and that, of course, is that, and this, of course, is this. From here, we should possibly go to here. There should be nothing to stop us from here on up. There should be nothing to stop us. From right here on up, there really should be nothing to stop us until we get to right there. And that number is 608, folks. We are going to be selling there at 608. Okay? That is the stock MSTU. All right? This is exactly what I'm talking about. Mirror trading on another stock. There's there, and there, and there, and there, and there is there, and there is next. From there is next is there. And look at this, the way the pitch of this fell, and look at the pitch of it riding right up. Look at the pitch of that thing. Look at the bounce off of it, the bounce off of it. There it is, right there. Look at it, folks. And they're trying to suppress it right now. And I got news for you. There's a lot of buying interest here right there. There's way more buyers than sellers in the first hour or two. And way more buyers than sellers after lunchtime, folks, or during lunch. So there's volume buying up this stock right here, folks. And whoever's trying to suppress it, well, kind of good luck to you, because you're kissing ET right here. Right there. Oh, yeah. GTM is a swing trade. Yes, indeed. There's no holding it long. No. No. And how I know that is by looking at the 1-year chart. Okay? I already know this isn't going to stay. This is not a good stock 1 year. Look at the friggin' 200-day dropping, and look at the 50-day dropping. No. This is a 1 day in and out. GTM in and out. Nothing's going to be a long time. And look at the price at right now. 666, folks. 666. Hello? Hey, what's going on? We're down here monkeying around, trading some stocks, playing with some folks. Oh, boy. Oh, my. All right. Oh, boy. Well, I'm sure they gave you probably 25 or 30,000 for it, so. Oh, well, guys and gals, I guess you just heard. Car gone bye-bye. Hit a deer, a big old buck. And now he's driving Papa's truck. That's right. Catfish's vessel for mobility is being currently borrowed. But he did get a rental car for a replacement for a month and a half, so he's going to be driving that down to his job. He's getting ready to leave to go down there for a couple months, working his butt off. Hey, you know what? This GTM has a lot of buyers coming in here, folks. Look at this right here. Now, the price is falling. Contrary to what you believe, though, most of them are buying here. That's kind of ironic, isn't it? GTM. I'm going to try to buy a little bit right here. Down 9.76. Now I'm watching this. Watch this. Watch this now. Down 9.9, 9.83. 981. Whoa, you can't get much between 83 and 83 and 81. And then we get a 76. You got an 83, 81, and then a 76. You got an 83, an 81, and then a 976. A 983, a 981, and a 976. 980. 983, 81, 976, and then 980. 983, 81, 76, 980, 976. Okay? I'm watching this. I'm watching. 983 again is the deepest drop. GTM down 71 cents. 976 being the deepest drop. $976.78. Why? Why is it stopping there? Yep. Shit's crazy. Look, I'm sitting up here on 1,200 available cash to buy with because things are so crazy. I'm not buying like mad. I'm not doing it. I've been waiting. And now I see this at 976.78 for a half an hour almost, seemed like. Now 983. 660, folks. 983 is the deepest drop. 660. No big sell-off here, folks. There's no sell-off. $976.78. Just sitting here, folks. Wild. Not a lot of ticking going on either, which I don't like. 136, and this thing is stagnant. I do not like that. But interestingly enough, I find it kind of odd because there definitely has been some current interest. And I'm looking here at this chart, which is a 1 year, 1 day. Now the 1 day, 1 month. Let's look at it. 1 minute, 1 day, 1 minute. This is it. This is the stock right here. Looking at ONDS now. There's the buy on ONDS. Someone said they just came in. It's down 5.46 today. 977 is a good number to buy. I would have been thinking about 972.73 as well. But that looks good if you just got in there. Oh, man, please tell me you bought at the 972.73 on my buy-sell sheet. Because that's what they just hit, folks. This is on my buy-sell sheet, folks, right there. 972.73, and they got it to 971. And those numbers are on my buy-sell sheet. You all know that. Thank you for alerting me to that. I'm going to buy it right now. if they'll let me. $20 shares at market. Review order. And I'm watching this very closely. Take a look at the percentage gain. 522 and 24. What are you going to put between there? 527 is the deepest loss. 527 is the deepest loss. 536 is the deepest loss now. 534, 31, 517, 22. 536 is the deepest loss. 536. 527, 522, 27. Looking at this closely, folks. ONDS. 531. 531.91. Then goes to 522 from a 531 and 527. Watch it close, folks. 531, huh? Good move, Gary. Sold half the FMST. Tight. Good morning. Coming back into buying range. They want more. 546 now. They're taking it down. They want more at 977. 551 now is the deepest drop. Yep, watching it close. 539. 536. 533. 533, 536. Tight. 541 again. They're going to the negative now. 551. See, when they tighten it up, man, then they're still going after this. They're definitely still going after this. And I see them trying for 972.73 buys here. I think they're going to try again to get that low, 72.73. $5.58, the deepest drop now. And they're definitely working hard on it. But I think you got in at a good spot. 554, 556. Man, you can't get anything between 554 and 556, folks. 560 and 70 now. See, they're squeezing it and then they're running it down. They're chiseling on this, folks, chiseling at it. So I'm not going to go into that right now. You know, and it honestly looks to me like they're just trying to beat everything up right now. They really are. They're coming at everything right now, folks. It isn't just one or two. Look at that. Look what they're doing to SoFi right here. SIDU, take a look at it. Same thing, man. Look at them trying to just, same lows they got earlier today. The same thing just now. Just everything. GXAI. Man, just coming after every single stock, just knocking the crap out of them all. But that's good. I like to see simultaneous manipulation. Good to see it's not just your stock, it's all of them, folks, across the board. But this isn't all of them by any means. MSTU, let's look at that now. There you go. Trying a little double tie. Looks very responsive to that second effort to knock it down. It's going right off of that. It says, no, we're done with this. This is all over here. Harry Sack ended there. Now it's just herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk till the 50-day gets down to here. And as soon as they get him to touch, then off she goes. All right? That's my call. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. MSTU. Now, I'm going to look at a stock that was called out this morning, CCHH. I wasn't allowed to buy it when they called it out, but there it is, kissing ET. And man, they got all in that thing right there, didn't they? Look at how long they made out there on that park bench. They got the deep, you know what that is, and then off she goes. And again, you're looking at mirroring, folks. From here, this plateau, it kind of works its way up. So you're going to see from here, this plateau, it should work its way up. Look at the way the 50-day fell. Look how it's starting to rise, folks. I like to look at this a lot, CCHH, but they won't let me buy it. I have to call the broker to get this. Ben says, I just sold PSEC on a run.
Can I show you my new toy?
Yeah.
Check this out.
Whoa. Yo. Hey, you guys want to see a tool? I'll show you a tool, boys and girls. Check this out right here. The Whopper. Oh. Nice. Look at that, folks. I bet you this thing would take your wrist off if you didn't hold it with two hands. I bet this thing has amazing torque.
1,200 foot-pounds.
1,200 foot-pound. Oh, my gosh. Wow. Holy smokes. Brand spanking. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? Man, this thing is, I tell you what, man, you're going to pump that. Oh, my gosh. Listen to this thing, folks. Wow. Nice. And, of course, it's got the light on it. Yes, yes. Absolutely fabulous, folks. Well, nice. Only the best. Yes. Yes, if you're gonna do the kind of work he's doing, you do it with only professional tools. You don't mess around and buy any rigid, or
Hell.
you're not gonna get those. You don't want that Harbor Freight stuff. Okay, there's no China in his cabinet. Very nice. That's good. That's good, Gary. Oh, Gary says that's what I used all summer long. Hey, Gary, how long will it hold a charge? And have a look at this PSEC, folks. PSEC. Wow. Why didn't we hear about this morning, this stock? That's a day trader's dream stock right there. RITR. Yeah. I tried to get people to get on RITR this morning, and I tried to buy it, and they wouldn't let me buy it. They didn't think I was mature enough to handle buying RITR, but I tried to get everybody to buy it this morning right there, and I went in and I tried to buy it on that dip, and they said, no, you have to call the brokerage to get this. Never ran out during a session. Nice. Thanks for letting me know that. And he was going 5 hours at a time. Wow. I tell you what, when it comes to tools, there's one rule when it comes to tools. The least expensive tool you'll ever buy, the least costly tool you'll ever buy will be the one you pay the most for. The least expensive tool you ever buy will be the tool you pay the most for. When you look at your longevity and expenses that you're incur in downtime, when you cheapen up on equipment and tools you work with, I'm a tool pouch. My electrician is all Klein tools in there, almost all of it. There are a few exceptions to that, but almost every single one in there, Klein. And they don't have any gaps on them either. I've been shocked before. Milwaukee is the best. Yep, Milwaukee makes a fine tool as well. That's correct. Yep. I have a Milwaukee car jack. It's 3,500-pound car jack from Milwaukee. Yep. There are some other good ones. RITR does look fabulous. It's too bad that they wouldn't let me buy it today. I was cut off from that by Charles Schwab. They said no. But you might want to look at something here called EVTV right now. Right there. You might want to look at that. And you might want to think about buying this thing when it drops below the 50-day, below the 50-day, below the 50-day, below the 50-day. All right, you might want to. Okay. This thing's starting to get herky-jerked a lot here, folks, and you're talking a 25 or 30 cent drop from 208 Savannah all the way down. That's a 20 cent drop, 22 cent drop from 208 Savannah. The price where they stopped it was on the 200 at 208. Right there, 209. Well, close enough. And from 209, they ran that thing all the way down to 196. 23 cent down. 23 cent down. And then a 10 cent drop. And then a 13 cent drop. And then a 10 cent drop. And then a 10 cent drop. Oh, we've seen this 10 cent, 10 cent, 10 cent. Here it is again. One more 10 cent drop on a rising 200 day and a rising 45 and 50. A 10 cent drop just below the 45 and 50 right now there. Boom. And off she goes, folks. Kissing ET off the 50, folks. 200 day just rising prominently. Rising prominently right along with the 50 and 45. The only reason they flat because of the big push to push it down. Look at all that red candlestick selling right there to shove that thing down here below the 50. Oh, my goodness. Well, now let's look at PLBY. Oh, kissing ET with that. Big time. Come over here and give him a little smooch. Right there, baby. Kissing the ET. Well, I got to buy a little there. Buy 10 shares. Limit order 243. Review order and place that sucker. Buy with the market makers. Buy. $20 shares. Market. You might want to take a look at this where they're kissing this thing. Look where the price is. Look at the percentage gain. It's up 14.39. So I'm going to come in here looking at the percentage gain, and it is still up 14.39. And I'm watching this very, very closely. And now I see a 14.15 and a 14.16. Huh. 14.15 and 14.16. Now there's a 14.15 again, folks. What in the world are you going to stick between a percentage of 14.15 and 14.16? Well, folks, this is what you're going to learn from right here. Watch these very tight numbers. A percentage of 0.1439 a game went to. From 15 and 16, it went to 39, folks. Do you understand the relevance of that? The gravity of it. Do you see that? Do you see that? Do you see that? And there's a 1533. Folks, this thing's out of here. And this is what I'm here to teach you. The minuscule, the smallest things that make a difference. And I just filled a little bit ago there at 242.65 and now 244. Okay? And I'm going to come in again as a market order. I'm going to duplicate this order. And I'm going to go review. And I'm going to place this order when I see the percentage is where I want it. And do you see anything down in the 14s now? I told you that 14.15 and 14.16 was the giveaway, folks. 14.15 and 14.16. There's just nothing that can squeeze between there. And now look there at 15.15. Where's that 14.15 or anything's in the 14 now? Where's anything in the 14? And folks, again, this is the stock, PLBY. There it is. And I just bought it on that weak little dump effort they tried right there. Oh my gosh. Cup, handle, drop, and pop, baby. Yes. Nice. Do you like this kind of tape measure? Do you like Stanley tools? No. Yeah. That's why it's not in my pouch. This was a Christmas present that was in this plastic game that we play where you unwrap the cellophane until you get down to the next thing, and this was in there. Here's something I'd like to discuss with you. Every time you pull out a tape measure, This is where it gets higher and higher. The link gets longer and longer. But, folks, wouldn't you be better off to have this in your left hand so you can write with your right hand the numbers? Why don't you have tape measures this way? Okay? I want to have a tape measure. I want to have a tape measure that's this way so I can write these numbers with my right hand. I never could understand why tape measures pulled out from left to right like that. I never understood that. If you've got a camera in your hand and you come to the edge of the picture frame and you're using your right hand, you got to take a picture with your left hand, or you got to draw the number or write with your left hand. So my question is, why don't tape measures go this way so when you get to that number that you want to be at, you can write it down with your right hand? I always wondered why they did that. Tape measures were counter. Okay, folks, I like what I see here with PLBY. GTM getting ready to go, huh? Okay, I see it. I see it right there. Nice. Buy the nut sack, breaks over the 200, tries to get suppressed, kiss the ET, bounces off this, tries to get suppressed, kiss the ET again, and boy. You know, I was just buying shares of this at 644 and 643 a share. I'm coming in at 659 for 10 shares. Trying to buy GTM. 659. And like I said, I was just buying shares for 643. Now I'm going to try to buy 660. And I'm coming in on GTM. I've got 659 and 660. Now I'm going to come in. And again, folks, I was just buying these at 11:15 a.m. at 643. And now I'm going to come up here to 661. Review order and place it. And I want them to see my orders coming up underneath them there. I'm going to duplicate this order. I got it 643. And I'm buying this stock right here, folks. GTM. And I'm coming up underneath it. And right now I see it's down 8.6%. I'm coming in at limit. I've got 659, 660, 661. I'm going to 662. And there's no way they're already at 669.70, folks. I'll go 666. Review order and place it. And this thing is taking off just like he said it was. And I'm going to change this order. GTM 659. No freaking way. Change that order and come in market now. This thing's down 8.4699. I'll come in. I'll stick to my guns. I'll come in 667. I'll trust that the market makers can still drop it down. I'll trust they have the ability, and they'll try to do it just to make people frustrated. So I'm going to try to buy, but the order I've got down here at 660, no way. Change that order. Come in 666. Yeah, they're trying to pull it back down. And I've got orders at 660 that won't get, I'm sure won't get. I've got an order at 667 I'm trying right now. And I'm going to try 668. This is the stock I'm buying right here, folks. GTM. GTM. Somebody says it's going to be at $7 by day's end. I just got a 667 and now the price is over 670. I'm going to change my 660 order. I still got an order at 666 because I suspect they will come back to 666 again yet. And PLBY, and now I'm barely up on. I was up at 200 when I started selling it, and now I've only got 250 shares left, but I'm up only $84 now on that. PLBY. Market makers are accumulating that right now at 243.44. They're filling up all they can. PLBY. Taking a look over here at keeping abreast of the XRP price. 140 on that today. 140. So LIMN today turns into a lemon, down 21 cents at 207. Time now is 208. Down 14.59% right now. Yeah, I'll be all right. I'm up today on EVTV and I'm up today on GTM. And I like this GTM here, folks. Now let's look at LIMN. Totally fleeced and totally shaven now. Fleeced out completely and totally shaven. 121 the low today. LIMN. Well, folks, I think she's done. And I'm going to buy it right now. 10 shares at market. Now, I'm going to be looking at this before I buy it here. And I can see it's down 15.16. 15.16. So I'm going to review this order. And I'm watching this very closely. Down 15.1655. And I'm ready to defend my position that I'm holding if I see any chink in their armor from 15.1655. And I want you to notice that mysteriously there is no movement at all happening at all. No movement. There you go. Now 15.17. So I'm looking for any weakness at all. 15.1655 and 15.17. Well, you're not going to get very much in between 15.16 and 15.17, are you? Really, are you? Yep, GXAI, I sold it today. Every share that I had in this account, I sold. I'm going to move it over onto a runner tomorrow. That's right. If that is, if Charles Schwab will let me. They wouldn't let me buy CCHH today. I had a bunch of cash to buy this stock today when it was beat down big time. And they would not let me buy it. Charles Schwab said, I guess, that I don't have the mental capacity to do that on my own without their nurturing. And so I was told I could not buy it when they ran it down this morning to this low, which is what I do. This is what I do. That's why my name is Catfish, because I'm looking for lows like that to buy. But this morning, when it got down there and someone told me about it, I said, there you go. It was up 135%. Now it's down 38%. Let's buy it. And they said, no, you can't buy it there without calling the broker, they said to me this morning. No, you can't do that. You can't do that. No, we've got to control what's going on here. CCHH. Called out yesterday by Pat Yeager. And others called it out as well. When it was up 135%. Now I look at LIMN, and it looks to me like you couldn't squeeze another freaking drop out of this thing. And with such little volume, folks, there's none. Look, folks, down here at these candlesticks. There's no volume at all. Just none. Yes, sir?
I was curious. Is there another piece of luggage I can take? Because I'm packing up for like 4 months and I'm trying to take a lot of stuff. Is there anything I can borrow?
Well, if you want to just throw everything in a tub rather than, but I don't know about another suitcase.
That's actually not a bad idea. Can I take one of those?
Yeah, that's a very good idea. Take maybe that, see if that purple one, but watch the TV. Maybe slide it past on the backside of the TV. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You can take the clear one because that way you can see what's in it.
Yeah. That's actually a really good idea. Thank you.
Yep. All right. 10-4. Yeah, good to be able to see what's in there. Yeah, that's a good idea. All right, yeah, no problem. All right, so I have to say, I like buying on a herky-jerky, pinpointed, consolidated stock like this because they finally got that 50-day right down like I said they would. They've got this thing at a pinpoint, people. And when this 50 gets inside this barcode, the gravity of it will pull it up most likely. So I'm telling you, I'm going to be buying some of this right here, LIMN. And I could be wrong. It could go the other way, but I'm buying it here. And I see it's down 15.1655. I'm placing an order right now on it. And I want to see where I just filled, LIMN. And I got a 123.5. LIMN, 123.5. And I've just been buying 10 share orders of this, folks. I'm not buying a lot of money worth, okay? I'm not sure how low it will go. But I feel very good about buying it when it's down 15 more % today. And especially when it's sitting that close to the 50-day moving average. So I'm going to buy here. Review order. And I'm looking here at the percentage gain. And 15, 17, 24, where it seems to be wanting to rest. I often wonder, why does it want to rest there? Down 22%, 22 cents. Why does it want to rest there? That's my question I have. Who's decided to make it stop going down at that number and just sit there? And therefore, I think that perhaps it's being manipulated. And now I see 1461. So I'm going to come in and buy it right now myself, right now, and see what I get. 123.65. Okay. Well, my last order was 123.5, now 123.65. So I'm going to duplicate this order. And I'm going to come in for a limit order at 123. Going in at 123 here. And that order will not fill. All right? That order will not fill at 123. And it's because all the numbers that are filling are over that amount. As you can see, 123.72 is what just sold. 123.72 is the last sold number. This is why I cannot fill at a 123, because even though they're saying the last order filled there, I'm not seeing it. I see orders filling at the ask now, 124. So let's see if I got my order at 123 to fill, because it said that the last one was 123. Let's see if mine filled. And indeed it did. 123. I filled right there. Very nice. Now I want to duplicate that order, and I want to come in at 123 again. That's right. Review order and place it. But I'm looking at the percentage of the defeat down 14.48. 14.48 now, folks. And as you might have noticed, that thing is not just ticking away. 14.82 is the deepest drop now. 14.82 is the deepest drop. 14.82 again. There it is. 123.5. $14.82, the deepest drop, 123.5, and comfortably nestled in there. Don't pay any attention to it as it sits lurking right below the surface of the 50-day moving average. Well, I like it down 15, 16, 5. I like that. But I'm looking for deeper discounts. I'm the Catfish, and I want to buy the very, very bottom. 1461. Uh-oh. What happened to the 15? 1508. That's not where we were. That's not where we were. I saw 15105, something 15155. Where's that deeper drop? 1508. That's not the same. Oh, I got my finger on the pulse, baby. 1503 now? Huh. I got my eye on you. 1482. 1379. Whoa. Whoa. 1382 off of 1379, too. Waiting for one more hack at this thing. I'm just going to buy here. And I got it at 123. Coming in at market now. Review order. 1389 now. 138966. I hear you, Push. That's right. Buy the dips. 1380 on LIMN is the deepest drop now. And you might want to take a look at this on the chart, folks. Look what's going on here, please. LIMN. There it is. LIMN. Look at that big old nut sack, and then look at that frickin' logger. Oh, my golly, folks. Wow. Look how long they irked and jerked on that dang thing, and you just can't keep doing that on a Johnny like that, man. Nope. Nope. That thing's on out of here. There'll be no more 123s from me, but I'm going to duplicate that order at 123 and try and get it. Keep the pressure on them. Limit 123. It's in there. Place it. And now I'm going to raise to the occasion and try for 124. I've got two orders at 123 now. And I'm going to come in at 124 now. And she's starting to rise, folks. And I'm going to buy bigger amounts now. I'm going to come in for 30 shares at 124, review order and place it. And here we go, everybody. LIMN. Duplicate order. Coming in market, 10 shares, review order and place it. LIMN, everybody. That's the stock we're on. I just got a 125.5. Now, I've already bought some shares at 132.5. So I'm dollar cost averaging down now. And I bought some shares at 135 even. I'm going to duplicate this order. Mark it here. Review order. And I'm watching the percent right here now, folks. Look at the percent. It's up 13. Well, it's down 13.44. That's the max. 13.44 is the max down. 13.44 is the max down. LIMN. 13.44.83 is the max down. And I'm ready to buy on any sign. 13.79 is the deepest drop now. 13.79 from 13.44. There's that 4483 again. 13.79 is what I saw as the deepest. LIMN, folks. They're going to have to start covering. Thank you for letting me know that, Marty. LIMN reports earnings on 2/12 Thursday. She cannot hold the stress, Captain. She's going to rip apart. She's starting to come apart into the pieces. We're trying all we can here. I believe she's beyond her capacity. But we're trying our best to hold her down. Well, I just filled a bunch of shares at 123, 123.6, 123, 123.5, now 125.5, and I'm ready to keep going at it. I see it down 13.4483. I want to see more. I see it down. LIMN. They beat it to death today, folks. They beat this thing to death, folks. And they tried to just leech it out right under that 50-day. And I told you that once the 50-day red line came into the barcode area, that it would leap. I told you that once they got the 50-day down to this barcode section, it would bounce. I called that. You guys heard me. Well, what do you know? And now she's down only 13.10%. And it was down over 15 when I was buying. Now 13.34.88. LIMN. There's the amount of the drop. The most is 13.34 and toggling now to 13.10. 13.44. I just bought it there. And I just bought it at 125.85. And I'm going to duplicate that order. I'm doing 20 shares. Look at the percentage down now, only 13.10. 13.10 is all it's down now, folks. 13.10. And if you want to see what I'm buying, it's LIMN, folks. Here's what it looks like on the chart right now. 13.10. See, folks, after a big nutsack, this is called consolidation, okay? This is called capitulation. This is called convergence. See how they converged the 50-day to come right down and converge with the 5 and 10? And I told you, once they got it there, it would go off. I told you that. Or I suggested it, folks. I didn't know for sure. But all these C words, consolidation, capitulation, and convergence, all those C words favor longs. All of those C words, consolidation, capitulation, and convergence, favor longs. And you can see the result after they did it. See that? Oh, try all you want to push this 5-day down below the 10 here. I'll be snatching that right up. I'm watching this percent, folks. 13.4483. Sleepy little price. Yep. Oh, now 13.20. Huh. Show me that 13.44 again. No, it's not coming into view, folks. I don't see it. 13.79 is better. Thank you. And I just filled it 12586. Oh, hold on, guys. Hold on. You guys hold on a minute. What about my truck keys or the keys to the house? Because on the set of keys is my mailbox. Oh, I know, but where are the keys? Oh, okay. All right. I should have remembered because I got my mailbox at the post office box, the keys on there for the mailbox. Um, yeah, I know. It's okay. I don't need to get in the mailbox right away, but so I'm guessing somehow I'm going to be able to get my keys back and my truck back. Yeah. Okay, sure. to see what's happening here. What is happening here? And what it is ain't exactly clear. Oh boy, look at him trying to pinch it down. And I'm sorry I had to step away there for a little bit, guys and gals. Hold on. Sorry I didn't leave you with any entertainment or anything, but we did need to talk before he heads on down. And look at him kissing the ET, folks. Here we go. Kiss the ET. One more time. Kiss it goodbye. Kiss the ET and then watch it fly. Yep. And I'm coming in for another kiss. Coming in to buy right here, 20 shares. Review order, and I'm going to buy it right now. Kissing the ET. And I got it at 125.5. And I'm going to buy it again. Duplicate order. And I see the last order was at 125.88. And I'd love to buy a 125.88, folks. And I just got 125.85. And orders are now filling at 126. Now, I also want you to see that I had some buy orders in on GTM at 666. And folks, GTM has gone to 690. GTM. And I had orders. Oh my gosh, look at that, folks. And I had orders to buy it at 667, 666. I just got the filling orders at 667.5, 667, 6. Nice. And I bought a lot at 640s. Now I'm going to do opposite order. And I'm going to be selling here, folks, at 684. I've got 150 shares left. And I just sold at 684 GTM. 68434 I just sold. And I bought those GTM shares at 650, 648, 649. Here is where we bought those shares earlier today, GTM, and we bought those shares at 645, 646, 640. Look at those buys there on that. GTM. We got those shares, GTM. We bought those shares at 648, 649, 649, 647, 645. We bought it 643, 644, 644, 646. And now the price, 685.5. Nice. I love it. Now I'm going to duplicate this order. Going out at 685, 686. I want out there. Review order and place it. And I'm selling here, folks. I just sold 685.5. I'm going to duplicate that order. Going out limit order, 686. 10 shares. Review order and place it. This is a stock that I bought earlier today. And I bought it when it was right there on that satchel below the 200-day. Nice, huh? I just sold 686. I'm going to duplicate this order. Go out 687. And 688. 40 shares at 688. And by the way, when you see all these green across the bottom, that is very good. When all these green light up across the bottom, that's very, very good right there. All right? That's very good when they're all green. And here we are, folks, with the 5-day squishing the 10-day right now. And look at that 45 off the 50-day rising there. It looks awesome. Yeah, baby. All right, man.
I'll make sure you get your keys back.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, I'll be in touch.
Yeah. I'm sure we will. Well, we'll talk it over with your mom and all. We'll be all good. We'll get it worked out. Yep. Yeah. Love you too, man. Have a great one, man. And congratulations on this new. And are you going back to Smyrna?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yep. Same hotel?
Yep.
All right. I know where you are. We'll see you down there. We're coming down if it gets too damn cold up here.
All right, I got a hotel room for you.
All right, man. Thanks. All right. So, in case you didn't know it, the reason I'm selling right here is because these numbers are on my buy-sell sheet. And I'm only sorry that I didn't see it when it was already up to 694. I would have sold there for sure. But it looks like it's going to rebound and go on up higher here. So I might get these 688s to get on out and so forth. I'm also looking at my Playboy investments that I made that are now up 17%. Playboy up 17%, folks. You got to love that. Nice, huh? Those were a good buy yesterday. And now we're going to come in here, trade. And I just sold 685, 5 and 686 and sold 684.34. Now I want to come back in with a buy. I'm going to go opposite order. And we're going to buy here. Market. And we're watching it right here. And we're going to come in review. And look at how much it is right now. And it is down 6.89. That is the most it's down, 689.89. And I'm watching it very closely because I want to buy now. I just sold at 686. And I want to buy it 6 cents less because I like to buy 6-cent drops. The genius verdict. This is a life-changing setup. You have moved your capital from stagnant stocks into a high velocity discovery engine. You are front running the New York funds and the NASDAQ crowd. Wow, man, that sounds heavy. 703 down now, watching it close. 710. 710's the deepest drop. 710 is the deepest drop on GTM. 710. I just sold it at $6.86. And 710 is now the deepest drop. There it is again, 71038. Down 51 cents. Right to the 50-day, by the way, 70355 is the deepest drop. And I'm telling you, they have pinched this thing down into a consolidation, folks. They're kissing the ET right there. They're kissing ET right there, folks. They did it here, too, down here. They kissed it down here. Do you see? Right there, they kissed ET there. And now they got it up here. Now they're kissing ET here again. On a rising 200 from down below. Kissing ET, people. Kiss it goodbye. 70355 down now. 7.0355. Look at the percentage that it's down, folks. 70355. Watch that. Watch it. 70355. Who's 710 now? 710. Watch it, folks. They going to keep after this thing and try and mash it down below the 50 any further, or is it just going to bounce off here now because others are going to come in on it? Oh, boy, 689 now. Hold on. 683, 689. Watch that 703, folks. Come on now. We need that 703 here. If we don't see it, we're buying right away. You got 5 seconds to show that 703. Oh, boy, 689, 696. I'll just buy that. I'm just buying the 696. And I just filled at 681.78. Duplicate order. Review order. Now 68989. Watch it close. 683. 676. 683 to 676. 689 to 683 to 676. 689 to 683 to 676. Now 679. 676 to 679, folks. My goodness. 68306. Well, I like to fill at the 82. I'll just tell you that right now. 82 and 83, so I'm just going to buy right there. And I just got 681.91, and I love to do that. And now I'm going to come in with a limit order at 682. And I think this thing is going to bounce off here, folks. I think this thing is getting ready to move off this 50-day moving average line. I think we're going to see a surge off here, folks. GTM. I'm seeing a lot of green down here. There's a lot of green down here amongst these sprinkles of red in here. A lot of green down here amongst a sprinkle of red, a sprinkle of red, a sprinkle of red. A lot of green. A lot of green here. Duplicate order. Now I'm going to come in at 683. And folks, I am seeing right here the percentage of the drop is now only 662 review order. Look at the percentage of the drop, 66257, now 655. Watch it, folks, 648. Oh, where's that 662? Where's that 662 again? Come on. 662. Come on, baby. Six two eight 614. This thing's about to go, folks. I'm in. I don't even want to mess around. Take a look at it right here. Here it is right here, folks. This is it right now. GTM. And after I just filled 681, it's now at 686.86. Now 687. Now 688. I love it, folks. And I just got 688, a partial fill. 10 of 40 shares at 688 is all they gave me, folks. 10 out of 40 shares is all they gave me at 688. 10. They just ran out at 688, folks, apparently. And I still now have only 10 out of 40 shares at 688. I cannot get 688. And the stock that I'm buying is GTM. GTM. There it is on the chart. A lot of green down here on these candlesticks, folks. I mean, a sea of green here. A lot of green. Somebody said it could go to $7, and I almost believe that. And I have an order that I could only get 10 of 688 to fill. And now it's rising over 691 now. Buy. $20 shares. Market. Review order now down 6.02. Take a look here, folks. Look at the percent of the loss. 607. 607. We were just looking at 639. 607. Now 594. Now 6. 594. 566, folks. It's out of here. This thing is gone. This thing is out of here, folks. Buying again here now. 40 shares at market. Review order. She's taking off, folks. Buy. 40 shares. Limit order. Going in for 690 here. Here's the stock right here, folks. GTM. Also, I suspect PLBY may make a move this afternoon. There it is right there. PLBY. PLBY. And it looks good here, folks. Look at that 45 and 50 just increase their pitch level and start rising like that. Look at the 200-day, which just increased its pitch level going up. PLBY. PLBY. And EVTV today looking good. What a comeback. And a lot of shares. I know some people have been buying in the 208 range. And EVTV soars to a new high here, 213 after a buy of 196. 23-cent rise off the buy of 196 today on EVTV. And you had to have a lot of guts to keep buying that today at 196, but that was profitable if you did. Well, I tell you, they haven't made it easy to make money here lately. But if it wasn't for LIMN, I would have made a lot more money today. LIMN's the one holding me down. For now, anyway. All right, but LIMN is making a recovery off that low effort, 121 right there. And you know I bought a lot at 123, 122, 124. LIMN. But boy, they have not made it easy to make money. And now I see LIMN is no longer down over 5% or over 6%. It was down over 7 and 8. And I'm ready to buy this thing, folks. I'm sorry, GTM. GTM. I want to look at LIMN. LIMN. Buy. Down 12%. LIMN. Well, I'm going to buy there, folks. Down 11.96. Down 12.24. And I'm watching it very closely. 12.24 drop. 12.24, folks. 12.24 and 11.37. There's a big gap there. 12.24 and 11.37. Are you kidding me? Almost a percent gap. 12.24. Let me buy that again. Come on. 11.5 now. Where's that 12.24? Come on, baby. One more time at that. 11.5. LIMN. Where's that 12.24? That's a big gap there, folks. 11.16 now. 11.48. Where's that 12.24? 11.03. 11.37. I'll get that. 11.71. I'll take that. This is LIMN, and you might want to look right here, folks. There's some buying going on here. There's a whole lot of buying going on right there, baby, on that candlestick. And I'm going to buy with those people. Coming in, buy and market. And it's down, folks, 11.37. Just look at the percentage down right now. 11.3793. Well, what is it now? 11.3793 down. LIMN. Here it is on the chart, folks. Look at the chart right now. LIMN. I'm not telling you what to do, folks, but I see the percentage down. 11.27. 11.60. I'm in there. And I just got LIMN at 128.5. That's a second order in a row. I've been able to get 128.5. I'm going to review order this again. And I'm looking at how much it's down. 11.37. Who's in love with that number? 11.37. Now 11.1655. Seen that before too. 11.37 and 11.16. 11.59. I just don't see a lot of selling going on here to get to the 11.59. I don't see it, folks. LIMN, 11.59, now 11.17. Where's that 11.59 at again I can snag? 1288, folks. 1288. Where's that 11.57? I'll go there, 11.71. And I got 128.89. Nice. Duplicate that order. Review order. And what's that percentage down now? 11.3793. Now 11.16. 11.37 is the deepest drop. 11.16 I just saw. 11.3793. That's it. The deepest drop there. 11.06 now. Where's the 11.16? 11.3793 and 11.06. Huh. 1137.93 and 1106. 1137.93. Who's decided that number? LIMN, folks. 1137.93. Take a look at the chart. That's what it looks like right now. LIMN. The 1 day, 1 minute chart. All right, I like what I see here, folks. I like to look at this very much. This is on LIMN. And on PLBY, I still see it at 147, 148. Trade order status. Let me look at PLBY. And they have just stood this thing stellar at right here. I've been trying to sell it. I did sell 250. Nice. I got out at 250. And I got a sell order now at 251, 253, 254, 255. And that is on PLBY. And they've just been able to hold this here at 17% up all day. They've just been holding it here up 16, 17%. And I'm happy with that. I'm going to take my profits now. I'm going to sell 50 shares right now. Up 15.8%. I'm going to try to help the stock when I come out and not sell it on the bid, but the ask. 50 shares at 246. And I'm going to go over here to my trade order status. I've got an order to sell at 50 at 254. I'm coming out right now, trying for 247. Because I don't think they'll care about 247, 248, 249. They want to keep it under 250. And now I'm going to try to put a sell order in on PLBY. I've got 254. I want to change that. I'm going to try 249. Try 75 shares at 249. All right. There we go. Now we're looking at LIMN. Trying to kiss the ET one more time. Kiss the ET. And GTM, I just sold 688 a little bit ago. $691, $689. Yes. Look at those cells on GTM. 687, 688, 691. Nice. GTM, folks. Very nice. Just sold them at 688, 687, 691, 689 and a half. Price now 672. Nice. Look at that thing drop after I sold it there, folks. Now you know why I sold all those shares up there at that price. And now I have 160 shares left of it. As they try to take it into the red here. I only have 132 shares left of my Playboy, too. I've sold all that almost. Same thing, folks. I sold it at the high, and then they knocked the thing down right to the 50-day. Seriously, folks. You guys know me. I sold it at 250, 51, 52, 253. Sold. PLBY. Now she's at 246. EVTV at 213. GTM again now on the 200-day rising 200-day. And folks, I bought it here. I sold it there. I bought it here. I sold it there. And I would buy it again on that rising 200 if I were you. Right here at this squash out this afternoon, trying to squash people out of it. I'm coming in on this. Buy 10 shares. That market down 8.26%. And you might want to look at this thing, folks, because it's down 8.26, now down 8.12. And watch it, 8.19, 8.26 again. There it is. So I just bought it there. And I'm going to go to my order status and see where I just filled here. At 671.98. Beautiful. Now I'm going to duplicate that order. Review order. And look at the percentage it's down, folks. 8.26 down. 8.26. 819. 826, folks. 82650 down. 826. 82650 down. 82650. Why isn't it more? 83333. Are you kidding me? 83333. I wonder how they calculated that out to get that. I just bought there. 6715. Duplicate order. I wonder who they get to sit around and figure out how to get a certain number like 83333 down. They got to have people sitting there with calculators figuring this out, folks. 83333. Oh, yeah, that's just total random there. That's just random. That's not any number they made up. 83333. And yeah, I'm buying here, folks. There it is again. I bought it again. And the reason I'm buying this stock is because they've run it down for the fourth time today to the 200-day average. And I'm buying it right there on the 200. Just like I bought it there, just like I bought it there. Now I'm buying it there, right on the friggin' 200. That's why I'm buying it. That's why I'm buying it, folks. And now, as I look at the percentage down, I'm looking for an 83333. And I'm seeing an 826 instead. But I want to see 83333. That's what I want to see right now. 83333. And I'm not pulling the trigger until I see it, which I just did. So I just bought it 671.5 again. And that is 3 orders in the row that I have just filled at 671.5. And that is not coincidence, folks. I don't believe that's coincidence at all. Yep. No, it isn't. JP Panek says, bring on the spring weather. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the stock I'm buying right now. This is the one I'm buying at 666. Buying it at 666, folks. And look at the number where I just filled an order. 66666, people. 66666. How do you like that? Down now 9.54. 956 is the deepest drop now. GTM. It's down 10% now almost. 9.8399 down. 9.9% down. $9.95, looking to trigger 10% stop losses here. looking to trigger 10% stop losses. 963 is the least I saw, and I like that. So if I see that again, I'm going to buy there. 9.63. 9.63. There it is. I'm in there. 9.56. And look, I'm not the only one buying here, folks. There's others buying here. Look. Look down here. They're freaking buying there. They're not dumb. All right? They're buying there. There's a lot of buyers there. And I just got 661 and 662.5 down. And I'm not buying by myself. I'm not buying by myself. Down 9.49. Down 9.4945. 942. 935. So 949, 942, 935, people. You decide. It's your choice. 949, 942, 935 is where we are now. Looking again for 949. And I don't see it, folks, so I'm going to go in here. This thing just sitting still. I got it. 661 I just bought. Duplicate order. Now I'm watching it, folks. Review order. Watch the percentage down. 93579 is the most down. 942 is the most down. 94262 is the most down. And I just filled, folks, at 661 a share. I got 661 just then. Look over here, you'll see it. 661. 661, folks, and a 6625. All right? And look at the amount she's down now. 9.35. 9.35 down. 6635. 935 down. 9.35. A lot of eyes on this stock, folks. Oh, 928 now. 908, 915. I'm buying 922 down. I just bought 922 down. 662 and a half. Well, that's a penny and a half higher than my last one. And I'm coming in here again. And now I'm coming in limit order 663. 663, review order and place it. Trying to buy 663, and it won't fill. Trying to buy 661, I'm going to change that. Come on up here and go to 6635 on that one. 6635, review order and place it. And I got a 6625. I've got a 661 that will not fill, and two orders at 663. I'm guessing those have filled now. Yep, I just got two orders at 663. All right, look at him attack this thing down, folks. Trying to scare everybody out. And now with 132 shares left on Playboy, I'm up 32.16 now is what I'm up. After I sold all those shares of PLBY, I've only got 132 shares left. But I made a 15.8% gain on that. And when I started selling it, I was up 17%. So still not a bad gain on PLBY. And you see a lot of buyers coming in, but there are more sellers here on this GTM. And I look here at the end of the day here, and I see this down today right here, but I see everything getting closed out down. The S&P 500 barely in the red, down 0.13. Down 0.13. The Dow green though, and bounced off the red point. The NASDAQ being taken off, and the Russell they tried to clear everybody out of. So a lot of mixed emotions going on there. Pardon me. Well, in the 1 month, this LIMN, they don't want you to know this, but it is up 72%. Even with all of the beating up of this stock that they've done for the last 5 days. And you might want to see that at this stage of the game, they've got this son of a gun down about halfway from where they took it up to. They're almost halfway right now, folks. That's what they're looking for. They're looking for the exact medium between here and here to get the shit out of this. And that's what they're doing on it now, LIMN. They got it right there at freaking halfway. They pulled it back halfway, folks, and they're loading the freaking boat now on it. LIMN. This is what they're doing now on GTM. Trying to fleece it out, sell it out, sell, Mortimer. Scare everyone out at 3:30, and then watch them run it up from 3:30 until 4. I've seen that many times, folks, till 3:35, and then from 3:35 until 4, I've seen it just go freaking ballistic. So GTM, I own 280 shares of. And I've seen this so many times that I'm going to buy this. Coming in at market, it's down 10.31. Review order. And I'm watching how much this is down, and I see I'm not buying alone. There's other people that are buying here, folks. And I'm going to buy right here. And I'm buying GTM right here, folks. GTM. Now, mind you, I already sold the stock when it was all the way up to $6.88. And I just bought it $656.76. Duplicate order. Market 1031. Review order. And this is GTM, which I just got at $656.76. And by the way, I just got through selling GTM. Let me see about this. Selling GTM right there. And you can see where I sold all those orders at 688, folks. 40 shares at 688. I filled at 688, sold 687, sold 687, sold 686. Sold 681. Actually, I don't think I did. I was buying all the way up to that number. Yep, I bought all the way up to 681. And then I started selling over here. And I sold 686, 687, 687, 688, 689, 5. Sold, 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 sold. Now I'm buying back. 656. 10.31% down. This is GTM, by the way, that I sold at 689. I'm getting to buy it back now here on the washout. Review order. And what time were you at? 3:37 here. Oh, I filled at 656.76. I got a 656.76. And now it's at 658, 659. Nice. You know, now I wonder how much they're going to run it up. Because I just bought it 656 and now it's at 661. Nice. Oh, I'm sorry, Nathan. I didn't mean to erase your keen message. I was just trying to stuff you in a cat box for 10 seconds. Oh. Dadgummit. Well, there she goes, folks. Congratulations. There it is. It's all over. 3:30, it was over, folks. The washout ended at 3:30. And now we're at 661, 662. They fleeced everyone out until 3:30, and we got ourselves a half-hour power hour on GTM. GTM. And I like my buys. I also got on LIMN at 123, 123, 124. I see it now at 125. So I like that too. LIMN. Yep. Yep. I like those buys right there that we got right there. Those are good buys right there, folks, at 122, 123. Those were some good, smart, tactical buys there, folks. Good buying right there, man. Good buying. Congratulations if you bought those shares with me. And you can see those orders got down there. And I started piling in. There they are. I started piling in at 123, 123, 124. I bought a lot there, folks. Nice. And there she is now, making a nice climb off that bottom where we just bought it at 123. There's the 123s right there. Good buys. MSTU, huh? Got wrecked? Ah. Very nice fleecing there. Got a big nut sack and then ran it up to the 200, then fleeced it out. 1, 2, triple dagger. Now she's gone. Dropped it all the way to what price? 533. And you guys know I bought there. 533. Well, we've seen the bottom on LIMN today. They did it all they could, and they were there on a Vaggie close. LIMN. There it is right there. They just try to Vag grip everyone out of it. Squeeze everyone out right there. There it is. That is a Vag, folks. And she's out of here now. Nice effort on your part to really eke everyone out there. But unfortunately, your low was lower earlier today. And that sucks for you. I'm sorry. I'd hate to be you, Shorty, because that sucks. This really sucks when you came so close and yet so far. That's right. Carried the books from school. Make believe married. That's right. It sucks to be you. That is horrible right there. That is bad. To see that bottom there and then to try so hard just now till 3:30 to get it the same and to miss it by that much sucks to be you. And then there she goes, right off. Boom, right off. Adios, amigos. Hasta la viga. Afrita Zane and arrivederci. Au revoir, si c'est possible que tu peux parler français. Yes. JP, don't worry about a reverse split. Every stock that moves from QTC pink sheets to the NASDAQ has to scale in their $4 minimum. They are using an ADR bit money that will scale as the price goes. Hey, look at this damn thing going up, folks. Look at this thing. Look at that thing, man. It's breaking the 50-day right now. Freaking out of here. All right. LIMN, and look at the buyers. Friggin' ching, 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 ching. I hear the register ring. Oh, yeah. Bling, 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 ching, ching, ching. Look at that thing ring. Look at it run. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Nice, everyone. Congratulations. Well, thank goodness for Playboy today, which put us in the green nicely. And thank goodness for our buys right there. Thank you, Lord, for giving us those buys at 122 and 123 right there. Thank you, Lord. Now at 126, 127 and rising. And thank you for those buys there. And let's take a look at all the stocks that we were in today. PLBY. This is our big gainer today. Congratulations. And folks, this looks like, again, it's worth holding on to. It looks like it's worth holding on to. That this is twice they've tried to take this down and double ta-ta it under there. One ta, two ta there. Man, I like this. Yep, PLBY, folks. They've tried to suppress and close it down below, but man, it keeps bouncing off this rising 200. PLBY. And there it is right now, going into the end of the day. Look at that, folks. PLBY. Look at that thing going. And by the way, they've just tried 3 red candlesticks back to back to back selling, but people are buying the shit out of it. Look at it going up over the freaking 50-day as they try to sell here. Look at it going over, folks. PLBY, just so you know about it. Wow. Yep. Jack Hava says, Playboy tatas. Yes. What a coincidence. Who would have ever guessed that they would put some tatas on Playboy? Look at that right there. And there's not a good job. If this is a total reckless recall right there, that's a totally reckless triple tata right there. That is just getting out of hand. That is horrible. That's horrible, horrible, very deformed and unnatural looking. I think there might have been some falsies involved here, folks. I think there might have been some falsies involved. I do. I think there might have been a little padding involved here. I think they padded it there and they padded it there. And then they really overloaded the padding here. And then, boom, it was just gone. His bra just flew off and probably those rubber pads just bounced right off the walls. I'm serious, man. Yeah. Oh, look at her launching. Ah, ¿qué pasa aquí? ¿Cómo estás? No, ¿qué pasa? Yo pienso es muy caliente. Muy calor. Congratulations on LIMN is not what I am saying. I'm saying it. If you were smart enough to have powder dry like I was there and there, I'm saying congratulations. I had powder there at 122 and 123 a share, and I'm looking at it now, and it looks freaking awesome to me. It looks like it's ready to springboard even higher here going into this closing. And the thing that's interesting is look at all the red trying to stop it from going over. Look at all this effort to try to stop it, but look at it just go, I'm going this way. We're going this way. Nice try, but no, we got another plan. Sell all you want. Doesn't freaking matter. We're going north. All right? This is like the freaking geese right here, folks. They know the summer equinoxes. They know winter equinox is over, and they're headed north, just like this. This is a goose right here. Freaking goose. Goose vaggie. Baby, look at that thing drop like there, and man, you need a 2x4 across your ankles to keep from falling into that big old trap. But there it goes. Boingy, right off the labes. That's right, right off the labes. Bling. Right on up. Sam Dorchester says, I did buy it that low. Yes. Nice. Oh, yeah. Look at that fleece attempt at 330, and look at this thing going off now. Look at it. Oh my gosh. Well, we're going up here next. We're going up to there. We're going up here, folks. We're going up to right there. Right there where we're going in AH after hours. Mirror City, baby. Mirror, mirror on the wall. You see in the middle where the frickin' thing falls. Mirror, mirror, see the lady folds. Oh my goodness. There's no way you can hold it. Oh yeah, look at her rise. Look at that, folks. Look at the duplication, folks, and look at this thing go right on up. Boom, a boom, a boom, boom. Boom, boom. Oh, look at that engulfing candlestick. Swallows all of these. Oh my gosh, just swallowed all this bullshit right there. All this whittling down just got swallowed up right there in one fell swoop. Holy cow, we're over the frickin' 200-day building the candlestick now. Holy crap. LIMN, people. How do you like that? Yes. Joey LIMN told me it's just a dip. Now my position's exposed. My average is getting worked hard. And I'm whispering, okay, that was deeper than I expected, but I'm still long and emotionally attached. Oh, look at her flying, folks. People are buying. There is no denying. Look at them buying in here. And even these small candlesticks are rocketing that effort that they tried to smash everyone out at 330. Look at them coming in, folks. Holy smokes, we're going to start this candlestick here and envelop all that. Man, I love it, everyone. Congratulations, everyone. Holy cow, look at that thing. 128, 129, going to go over 130. Well, I want to congratulate each and every one of you. Now, I want to look also at GTM and determine whether I want to hold it or close it all out right now. And I'm looking at where they ran it down to, down below. I've seen this low right here before, so that doesn't surprise me to see them double ta-ta it there. Right there at that same low, rising 200-day moving average, and then they try to close it out, the same low right there. That doesn't surprise me. But I bought it down here, folks, on the nutsack at 555 this morning. So I'm okay with where it is now. GTM, no, I didn't get in that early, unfortunately. I wish I had. I got in when it was here. This is where I made my entry on GTM, and you guys saw me selling it when it was up here at the high. I partied with almost all my shares there. But I've still got some more. And I see some very heavy, raging selling here on this thing. It's still only down 10%, but there's a lot of raging and fiery sells going on to try to dissuade anyone here in the last 30 minutes. And now we're in the last 5 minutes, and let's see if we see some buyers come in here on this discounted price. GTM. 655 would be a beautiful number for them, the market makers, to close this out, I'm sure. But look at that LIMN, folks. Look at it breaking over these points of resistance right now. And there's no telling how high it will go. Once it gets over that, there's just no telling how high it will go, right back up the same way it came down, folks. LIMN. There it is. Reaching the bottom on GTM. And I think we're in for a surprise with that. So I'm going to buy some GTM here. I'm going to buy it right now. Review order and place it. And you can see there is a big effort here to try to really splash this close right here. Trying to splash it good right now. Trying to really bring her down here. And but there's buyers coming in on that candlestick there. Look at the buyers just swallow up all that effort to dump. Look at them buy that up right there. Oh my God, every single one of these is green across here, folks, too. Almost all of them green. All of those were green just then. Every one of those. Holy smokes. Look at them buy here, folks. There's no real fear here. There is none. All this was built in to scare people. Look at all the green down here now. Look at all the green down there on the bottom. All green. They're all going green here, folks. There they are. They're all green. There's buying coming in on this thing right now, folks. Do not be fooled. There are people coming in on this GTM right now. Don't be fooled. They're coming in now. And we might see a nice run on this in the after hours, folks. As a matter of fact, I'm going to try and sell it. I've only got 310 shares, so I'm going to try 40 shares. Limit 672. Good till cancel plus extended hours. Holy smokes, look at that thing rocketing, folks. Look at that thing rocketing. The previous close on this stock, folks, was $7.32. All right. Wow, look at that close on this stock. There is a lot of buying going on there. GTM. And well, PLBY. What a good stock for us today. PLBY, congratulations. PLBY up 17.44% today. Nice. And I've only got 92 shares left. So it must have gone up in the after, right into the close. because I had a lot more shares than that, and I put them in for higher sells, and they must have been selling. And yes, I sold at 249, and I've got 2 orders here at. I'm going to delete this order here. There we go. Close that. And I'm going to sell. I see I've got a sell order there. I'm going to delete that. Because those are both in as day orders. Yep, and close. All right. Now, look, folks. We're looking at GTM. There it is in after hours. GTM. Closed it there, after hours, rising. But they tried to get it down to $6.54 a share right before the close. And I said, you know what? I think I'm going to buy some there. And the lowest I did get was a 656.76. And I like what I see here. It looks pretty good, folks. Now, let's take a look at some other stocks here today. EVTV. Look at them try to veggie that thing out this afternoon. EVTV, look at them try to veggie that out, and then up she goes. All these stocks look like they tried to get massacred out, and then they made returns right at the end of the day with buybacks coming in. There's a lot of people that are savvy right now, and they're ready to take chances. You can tell they bought right there at the end of this day on this one, EVTV. They were not afraid. You can see that for sure. Yep. Don't show up without your signed permission slip. See you at 6:48 a.m. sharp, Eastern Standard Time. Eastern Standard Time. All right. So this is now, you can see why I started buying so much near the close. This is GTM now. GTM right now. See how they tried to flush everyone out of that thing right at the close and tried to fleece it out good right there. But folks, while they were dumping, there was a lot of buying going on. There was a whole lot of buying going on right there. A whole lot of buying going on, all right? GTM, okay? GTM. Now, if somebody wouldn't mind doing me a favor, we got 79 people on the channel with me right now, and there's 99 likes. Can you guys do me a favor and help me get over 100 likes today? Huh? Help me out and get over 100 likes. We'll do it at 4:08 and 48 seconds, okay? Don't hit the like button. Oh, wow, we already got it. Well, thank you, everybody. I appreciate that. That was easy. Very easy for everyone to do that. Over 100 likes again. Nice. And looking over here at my stream, I want to go over here to, hold on a second here. Let me get to YouTube here. And this looks good. Okay, let me get over here. Just give me a second here, folks. Here we go. Now I'm going to jump over here to real quickly to my YouTube studio and go to my analytics. And I want to say thank you very, very much to all of you for being here for me and for subscribing to this channel. We've now jumped up to 25,345, and that's another 300 this month. So thank you very much for everybody who's been subscribing to this channel. I want to thank you very much. We've had, in the last 28 days, we've had 264 subscribers come aboard. And we're looking good according to YouTube. Channel has got about the same number of views as usual, which is unusual because I was gone for 10 days. So looking good, your channel got about the same number of views as usual, and I was gone for 10 days down to Florida. So that's a good sign right there, okay? And I want to thank each and every one of you who have been making donations and become members of the tank lately. And if you want to consider getting membership of the tank, what you'll get is an email that contains 3 different spreadsheets. One of the spreadsheets you'll get if you become a member is this one here, tracking dividend stocks that pay awesome dividends. And I have about 55 dividend stocks here, and you can see the percentage of the gains over the last 5 days. So, for example, here, over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and over the last year, how much it's gained. And look at the percentage gains on some of these dividend-paying stocks right here. If you want this list, become a member at the Goliath level, and you will get this list of all these dividend-paying stocks. And these are not my stocks that I picked. About 50 of these are belong to someone by the name of Roaring Kitty. And I have his list of dividend-paying stocks, and this is it. And these are the stocks that have gone up over the last year and are paying dividends. You can cherry pick which ones you want that are up 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. And if you want this list, come in as a Goliath level member, and you'll get this list. Come in as a monster level, and you'll get the list, but you cannot edit it. If you come in at the Goliath level, you'll be able to come over here and add your own stocks, and it'll propagate across there automatically. All of the lines will propagate. Automatically fill in using Google Finance information, folks. If you want this list, come in as a Goliath level member. If you want it and you can't change it, come in as a monster level. Now, the advantage of coming in Goliath is also at Goliath level, I'm going to send you these candlesticks right here. So you'll have these kind of candlesticks instead of these with your Thinkorswim. These candlesticks give you a huge advantage because you know the buyers, right here, there's more sellers, more buyers, more sellers, more buyers, more buyers, more buyers. These candlesticks tell a story, and you can get these if you become a Goliath level member of my tank. If you come in as a monster level member, you will get these same sheets, but you won't be able to edit them, and you will not get these candlesticks at the monster level. Only people that come in the Goliath level get these candlesticks. And I'm going to be talking to Brian Taylor tonight about our new introduction of our buy-sell channel. Hopefully he'll be free tonight and I can talk to him so we can get that to you guys as well, because that is going to be a real game changer, folks. You're going to see how my buy-sell sheet will interact. Now, also, when looking at these channel statistics, I want you to see something. Hold on a second here. Audience, here we go. I think it's under audience. Here we go. Right now, we have tons and tons of people that are listening to this channel from all over the place, folks. And I can show you right here. It's pretty amazing that this is where all the viewers are watching this from. And you've got a lot of viewers here that have been watching me in places like Sweden and Nigeria and the Philippines and Indonesia and Ireland and Singapore and Italy and France. Thousands of people. New Zealand, Kenya, Poland, Malaysia, Mexico, Denmark, Spain, United Arab Emirates. Thousands of people at Pakistan, Brazil, Switzerland, Thailand. Look at that, Thailand. 2,609 views out of Thailand. Norway, Belgium, Romania, Saudi Arabia, Japan. CCHH going north. Thanks for letting me know that. Watching, looking over here, PLBY. Look at a quick fleece out attempt to try to match where they ran it down right before the close. But look where the 5-day average is now compared to where the 5-day was before the close. And this is on such low volume, folks. There's no selling going on here. You can't even see that dang candlestick right there. You can't even see that candlestick. Joey says, in Japan, I'm known as koi fish Taiwa. Nice. Koi fish Taiwa. Oh, I saw. Koi fish Taiwa. Nice. By the way, take a look here. This is viewership over the last month. Look at this thing getting more and more and more and more and more. And then during December, look at during the months of December, all the views. And then I went on vacation for 10 days. And those 10 days, I had quite a bit less viewership than I did in December before I left. And I probably should have not gone away because I had a real thing going in December with a lot of views every single day. But then I went away and I went on vacation, and it lowered my viewership back down to where we used to be. But that's okay, because we're going to get it bigger and bigger every dang day. The Bass Assassin says immense volume came in on GTM at the close. I'm excited for tomorrow, baby. Yep. Oh, I saw that GTM and I showed everybody. I showed them the huge amount of volume there at the very end of the day. And I showed them how green it was too. Yeah. There it is right there. Look at all that green buying in there at the very end on GTM. Look at them buying that thing. A lot of heavy buying volume coming in on the bid, on the ask. Buying on the ask, folks. And now they try to run this thing down, and they can't even get close to where that friggin' 5-day was before. They're not even remotely close to it here in the after hours. They're just sitting here where they capitulated it before at the same dang number. GTM. All right. Well, listen, guys. I had a great day today with you guys. I hope you had a good time, too. I'm going to get on out of here. I want to make myself some dinner. I'm getting hungry here. I didn't get my lunch that my wife usually brings down to me, so I haven't eaten anything all day, and I'm going to eat. And I hope you guys have a great evening. I hope you have a wonderful night, a good night's sleep. I hope that you enjoy your meal with your family and have a nice, blessed dinner. And I wish for you all that you are all surrounded with love, because each and every one of you deserves that. And I want to thank you for your being here and your due diligence and listening to me. And hopefully you'll understand a little bit more about the stock market today. Somebody told me today they learned about mirror trading, something they'd never heard of before. Now watch out, because if I see one of these stocks starts to take off, I'll send a notification out on YouTube and on our Telegram. If you're not a part of our Telegram channel, go down in the description and get to Telegram and make sure you sign up for our Telegram. And that way you'll be able to get into Telegram and you'll be able to read our messages and alerts in Telegram. All right? So I'm going to get out of here. You guys have a great night. God bless each and every one of you. Marty says AMOD good for tomorrow. Okay? AMOD. AMOD, Marty. Thank you. I'll put it down and an asterisk beside it. Thank you for letting me know. Let's go. See you tomorrow, Cat in the Tank. Yes, Joey. You guys have a great night. God bless every one of you. I'll see you guys tomorrow, hopefully at 6:48 a.m. if I can get up. God bless you. You deserve to be surrounded with love, all of you. Bye-bye. I'm going to miss you. Yep, later, Cat. Have a good night. All right, Jay. We'll make that money tomorrow, man. We'll make it. We'll make it. We'll make it. All right, I'm out here. Bye-bye, everybody. If one of these stocks takes off in the after hours, I'll let you know. I'll send a notification out. All right? Peace out, everyone. Bye-bye.